just take a moment to allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, you can just listen along to me in the background. And while you listen along to me in the background, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you listen along to me telling this deep sleep experience, you can just have a sense of lying in a hammock in a garden. And that hammock can just gently sway between two trees. And as that hammock gently sways, so the branches in the trees above can move with the breeze. And as they move with the breeze, the light of the sun shining down through the leaves can dance and twinkle and sparkle before your eyes. And while that light dances before your eyes, you can allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, you can notice the light patches passing backwards and forwards across your eyelids of that twinkling light through the leaves. You can hear that breeze, and you can feel the gentle rocking side to side of that hammock, rocking you gently and relaxed to sleep. And as you rock so gently and calmly asleep, you begin to drift inside. You begin to drift into a dream. And you find yourself walking through the softest grass. And everything around you are shades of dark blue, like you're walking through a field of soft grass at night time, just lit by moonlight. And that grass is so soft that if you reach down and touch it with your fingertips, it feels almost like feathers brushing against your feet, your lower legs. And touching it with your fingertips, it can feel just like feathers running through your fingers, tickling through the insides of your fingers. And you can see the way the silver light of the moon dances and passes across the grass as it blows almost in waves with the breeze, almost like silver waves passing silently across the field. And the slight rustling in the distance of the leaves in the trees. And you can see off in the distance a twinkling lake, noticing the way that silvery moonlight dances and sparkles like thousands of diamonds on the surface of the lake. And as you walk towards that lake, so you drift deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know whether you relax deeper asleep with each footstep you take, or the spaces between each footstep, as you find drifting asleep easier and more effortless walking down to that lake. And as you reach the lake, you can hear the sloshing of the water on the shore, of those small waves just gently lapping there. You can smell that fresh, watery air. And you can climb into a rowboat. The sound of lifting the oars out of the rowboat, pushing away from the shore. And then the feeling of pushing the oars through the water as you travel across the lake. And you push that water and you can hear that sound of the oars passing through the water, the dripping of the water off the oars as you pull them back, and the splosh as they go back down into the water, the feeling of pushing that water away, and the boat moving and travelling across the lake. You can see the twinkling stars overhead, the moon brightly in the sky, and noticing how still everything is here, with just that gentle lapping of those small and subtle waves. And you travel across the lake. On the far side of the lake, you climb out of the boat. You walk across a slight gravelly area away from the lake. And then across some hardened mud. And you begin to walk into some woodland. And you can walk through that woodland, hearing those rustling leaves overhead, feeling the bark of the trees under your fingertips as you work your way around trees, under the branches. And you can see a light on in a cabin in these woods. And so you head towards that cabin. When you arrive at the cabin, you look through the window and you can see somebody sat rocking in a chair in front of a comfortable fire, and that glow of the fire dancing around the room. You can see a cat resting on a rug in front of the fire, sprawled out, looking so peaceful, so comfortable. And you tap gently on the door. And the person comes to the door. They tell you they've been expecting you, and they invite you in. And you walk in, they close the door behind you. They gesture for you to sit down in the other seat by the fire. You walk over to that seat. You sit down deeply in the seat. And you relax back into that seat so deeply, feeling almost like this was such a comfortable seat to sit in. Surprisingly comfortable to sit in. And the cat just glances up at you before lowering its head again, closing its eyes, and continuing to drift and dream. And the cat looks so relaxed on the rug that it almost looks like it's melting into the rug, becoming one with the rug. And the person tells you that you're here to go on a journey inside your mind, a journey of discovering how to relax deeply and profoundly and connect with the world around you, almost like becoming one with the world around you. And that you didn't know you were going to be here, but they knew. They've been expecting you. And that their role is to guide you through an experience. And you wonder what the experience will be. And they lean forward in their chair. They look at you with intent. And they say, just take a moment to close your eyes. And with your eyes closed, you can listen to the sound of my voice. You can hear the sound of that crackling fire in the background, the purring sound of the cat. You can notice that dancing light from the fire. As you continue to drift deeper inside your mind. And while you continue to drift deeper inside your mind, I'd like you just to have a sense of discovering yourself at the top of 10 steps down to the most beautiful beach. And you can see down there that water lapping on the shore. You can see the sun setting in the distance. You can notice the colours of the sky. And you can take your time to walk down to that beach. And as you walk down to that beach, I'll count down from 10 to 1. And on the count of 1, you can find yourself standing in that soft sand on the shore. And you can notice what that sand feels like under your feet. But don't find yourself standing on that soft sand until you reach the bottom of the steps. And you can reach the bottom of the steps when I've counted down from 10. And you understand. And you begin to follow along. As they count 10, 9, going deeper and deeper, 8, deeper and deeper, 7, 6, 5, and as the counting continues, you find yourself drifting deeper into the experience. You find yourself more absorbed in the beach. 4, 3, 2, 1. And on the count of 1, you find yourself on the beach. And you walk your way along that beach. You walk along the edge between the water and the shore, those waves lapping over your feet, and then pulling back out past your feet again out to sea, before rolling in again, lapping over your feet again, each time just gently tickling your feet, almost like you're getting the most comfortable foot massage from the ocean, with the sand travelling backwards and forwards over your feet, through your toes. As you relax and drift even deeper. And while you walk along, they tell you that they want you to walk to the cave. And you look around and you see a cave a little way along the cliff. And so you begin to walk to that cave. And as you approach the cave, so you notice a slight orange glow. You realize there's a small campfire set up in that cave. And as you get even nearer, you can see that person sitting cross-legged near the campfire. And you walk into the cave. They tell you to sit down comfortably. You sit down, cross your legs. You can hear the spitting, crackling fire. They tell you to close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, they tell you just to notice the way the light dances around in front of your closed eyelids. And as you notice that light dancing around, they're just going to pass their hand down in front of your eyes 3 times. And on the 3rd time, you can drift and float even deeper asleep. And they say that with each pass, just say to yourself, when I feel tired and want to fall asleep, then I'll naturally just drift asleep. And they pass their hand over your eyes, almost giving you a feeling like going down in a lift. And they say 3. And you say to yourself, when I feel tired and want to fall asleep, then I'll naturally just drift asleep. And then they pass their hands in front of your face again, 2. And you notice your shoulders beginning to slump, your facial muscles beginning to relax, your body beginning to relax. And you say to yourself, when I feel tired and want to fall asleep, then I'll naturally just drift asleep. And then you notice that dark line passing across your face again as they move their hand across your face a 3rd time. 1. And with that 3rd time, it's almost as if the sounds here quieten down, and you say to yourself, when I feel tired and want to fall asleep, then I'll naturally just drift asleep. And you begin to hear the sounds of birds in trees. And as you look around, you find yourself in a meadow on a summer's afternoon. And you notice as you stand up in this meadow that this person is still here with you. And they tell you that wherever you go, I'll go with you. My voice will go with you. It'll take whatever form you're comfortable with. Sometimes you may see me. Other times my voice may take the sound of the wind, may take the rustling of the trees. My voice may be carried in each footstep that you take, but I'll go with you through your journey, deep inside your mind. And they begin to walk, and you begin to follow. And as you follow them, they tell you to walk with intent, to focus entirely on just walking, just letting all of your awareness focus on just the process of walking, being one with the walking. And so you walk along, being absorbed in the process of comfortably following along behind this person. And you notice the rhythm they're walking with. You notice the rhythm of your breathing and your rhythms falling into sync with each other as you drift deeper asleep. And you follow them as they walk through the meadow. And they walk down to a river. And down at the river, they pick up a stick. They tell you to find a stick. And they tell you to place the stick in the water next to their stick. And you're both going to release those sticks at the same time. And then just watch as those sticks travel down that river. And so you both place your sticks in the river and let go, and watch as those sticks travel down the river, bobbing up and down on waves, circling around little eddies that form in the water. Occasionally travel lengthways, other times travelling sideways. As they travel and pick up speed, going further and further down the river. And then the sticks reach some rapids. And you watch as the sticks bob up and down, manage those rapids. And then continue on beyond the rapids. And the person turns to you and says, "Follow me." And they begin to walk along the side of the river. They have their hands behind their back. And they say, "Let's just walk a little deeper into the experience." And they walk along to the rapids. They climb over onto one of the rocks that's in the middle of this rapid part of the river. They sit cross-legged on the rock. And they gesture for you to sit on the other rock. And they look over at you and they say, "It's time now to go even deeper asleep." They say, "Just take a deep breath in, close your eyes, and do a long breath out, making that out breath longer than the in breath." And as that breath out continues, just notice the top of the forehead relaxing. Notice your head relaxing, around the sides of your head relaxing. Relaxing your ears, the back of your head. And then breathing in, and on your next out breath, just noticing the muscles around your cheeks, around your eyes, around your nose, around your jaw, relaxing. And if there's any tension anywhere there, just take a moment to tense that area just for a moment, just safely and gently tensing that area. before letting that relax with the next long out breath. Almost like the jaw is getting heavier and heavier, and the muscles around the face are just getting heavier and heavier. And just saying in your mind, soften, soften, just telling the muscles through your mind and body, just telling yourself, soften. And as the jaw gets heavier and the muscles relax and soften, with an out breath, allow the muscles around the neck, around the throat, to relax, to soften, to feel calm and peace. And then on the next out breath, allowing the muscles around the shoulders to relax. And then on the next out breath, allowing the muscles down both upper arms to relax. Going deeper and deeper with each out breath. And then the muscles down the lower arms to relax. Almost as if they become so heavy, so loose and limp. As if those arms were like wet rags just hanging beside you, so deeply relaxed. And on the next out breath, allowing that relaxation to spread to the hands, to the fingertips, all the way to the tips of your fingers, the thumbs, and then on the next out breath, allowing relaxation to spread through and around the chest and the upper back, and those muscles just softening, relaxing, becoming heavy, loose and limp. And then on the next out breath, allowing that relaxation to spread down to the lower back, to the stomach, to the sides. And those muscles relaxing, softening, so deeply, so comfortably. With the sound of that running water, of the rapids travelling around these stones. With the next out breath, that relaxation spreading down to your buttocks and then down to the upper legs, getting heavier and heavier, softening deeper and deeper. With those muscles softening and relaxing deeply into the legs. And then on the next out breath, allowing the muscles in the lower legs to soften and relax. So deeply, so heavy, so calm, all the way down to your feet. And then with your whole body physically relaxed. They tell you they're just going to reach over a moment and they're just going to touch you gently on the top of the head. And at the point that they touch you on the top of your head, as you breathe in, you can breathe in comfort and deep relaxation. And as you breathe out, you can breathe out any stress, tension, any worries. And you can find that almost becoming a cycle, that you breathe in comfort, calmness, relaxation. You breathe out any stress, tension and worries. And you notice a calming light passing through your body as you do this, from the top of your head, passing down through your body to the tips of your toes, almost like that healing light is filling your body with peace, calm and tranquility, until you're totally full of that healing light. And then, with each out-breath, that healing light can begin to seem to almost emit from you, seem to emanate out of you and spread into the stone beneath you, spread and flow through the river, connect with the world around you, connecting you through your breathing in and out with the wider world. And they guide you through this process of connecting, drifting deeper and more relaxed asleep. And as you drift deeper asleep, seemingly so effortlessly and easily, resting here, being guided, they tell you that now you're physically relaxed and physically prepared to begin to drift deeper asleep. That you may discover from time to time that my voice seems to fade away so much, it's almost like it's disappeared, like you've drifted so deeply asleep, you stop being aware of my voice here as I guide you, as you go even deeper and deeper relaxed. And that's okay. And it may be that my voice disappears for a moment or two at first, and then gradually disappears for longer and longer, until you fully fall asleep comfortably. And I don't know whether that'll take 1 minute, 2 minutes or 4 minutes, or maybe somewhere in between, to happen automatically, easily and effortlessly. And as you drift asleep, so I'll guide you on an experience of relaxing the mind. And they tell you that to relax your mind, I'd like you to imagine a door in front of you, and you're standing up in front of that door, and you open the door and you step through the door. You turn and close the door behind you, finding yourself in a pitch black room. You turn a light on in this room, and in every direction you look, all you can see is a comfortable light. You can't see the walls on any direction. You can't see the ceiling or the floor. And you can walk in this room, and yet you can't feel the floor beneath your feet. And in this room you discover, after a few steps, that there's no up, down, left, right, forward or backwards. Whatever way you look, everything seems the same. There's no shading, no shadows. And you notice yourself beginning to float in this room, almost like floating in a flotation tank. And as you float, it's almost as if you're relaxing in space, in the most comfortable light. And while you float there, you become very still. And as you become very still, so you have a sense of beginning to see flashes of light, beginning to create something in your mind from the nothing that's there. And those flashes gradually turn into glimpses of pictures, and then occasional sounds and smells. And then you find yourself at the top of the most beautiful garden. You notice there are 10 steps between here and there. And you descend those 10 steps, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, going deeper and deeper, 3, 2, 1, reaching the bottom of the steps and walking deeply into the garden, smelling the flowers, seeing butterflies and bees flying around the different plants, touching the petals of a rose, feeling that waxiness, smelling the rose, walking on that soft grass around the garden, noticing the wide variety of colours of the plants, that slight breeze blowing the plants, blowing the trees, walking through this garden. And as you walk through this garden, you feel drawn to a shed at the back of the garden. And when you open the shed door and walk into the shed, you discover that the other side of that shed door seems to be some kind of strange and secret land. You come out on an inky purple ocean with the most beautiful dark blue sky and sparkling, swirling clouds in the sky. And the most incredible toadstools, the most incredible mushrooms dotted around this land. Mushrooms that are taller than you are. And you realize that many of these mushrooms seem to have windows with lights on. And you walk to one of them, and you see that these are inhabited. This seems to be a village made of mushrooms. And one of the friendly beings comes out of a mushroom. They tell you that they've been waiting for you. They guide you to a campfire surrounded by logs. They sit you on one of the logs. Then the entire village gathers around the campfire. Some of them sit in a location with drums. They begin to beat out a rhythm on the drums. And then others start dancing and chanting around the fire. And they tell you to beat out that rhythm, to feel that rhythm, as if that rhythm's in your heart, in your soul, as if that rhythm is in such a way that you almost can't help but move to the rhythm. And you find your feet wanting to move to the rhythm as you drift deeper asleep. And you know now that this is deep in your mind. Your body fell asleep long ago. You're now just making that journey through to a healing space where you can heal the mind and the body and go through the nightly process of healing and recuperation of the mind, body and spirit, ready to start the next day, feeling so alert and refreshed and revitalized, feeling like you've had the most perfect night's sleep, knowing that when you wake up feeling like you've had the most perfect night's sleep, setting you up just perfectly for the day. And you watch and follow the rhythm and watch that fire dancing. Watch these beings dancing around the fire. Hear that rhythm. See the joy on the faces of all the beings. See the fun that they're having. And then you see that person walk over to you again. And they tell you, it's time to now sleep. And they guide you to a boat that's moored just off the shore. And they say this boat's especially for you. That sleeping in this boat will give you a chance to travel to your sanctuary, where you can drift to any dream. You can sleep deeply and soundly. You can sleep all night long, doing inner healing on your mind, body and spirit. And they guide you onto that boat. You head to the bed on the boat. They leave you alone on that boat. They say good night. You settle down in that bed. You can feel that gentle side to side rocking of the boat, reminding you of the hammock, just gently rocking you, relaxed asleep. Almost like a parent rocking a child gently and relaxed asleep. And as you rock and relax asleep, you find yourself drifting to that sanctuary in your mind. You drift and float to that sanctuary in your mind. and discover what that's like. That this is your special place where dreams are made. That only you know every time you come here what you'll see here. What you'll hear here. What you'll do here. And where here will be each time. And here may be somewhere else in the future. But here will always be your sanctuary. Will always be that safe place to know you've reached the point of sleep, to transition to your inner healing processes, to access all your deeper wisdom and knowledge, connecting with the knowledge of the universe around you, being one with the world, while you go on this healing journey of deep and profound sleep, knowing that this is a very private experience for you to have alone as you drift and float so deeply, so comfortably, so profoundly asleep, knowing this will trigger the most wonderful feeling of awakeness and alertness in the morning and any time when you wake up at appropriate times that you want to wake. And so you just drift and float, comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So, just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. But as you drift comfortably asleep, you can have a sense of arriving at a spa. And this is a spa day that you'd booked a long time ago. And in the run up to this day, you've been working really hard. And what's got you through each day of work has been thinking about that day that you've booked in the future. Working all day, heading home from work, thinking how many days are left before your spa break, and then working another day and another day. And now eventually that day has arrived. And you arrive at the spa. And there are many rooms in this spa. And there's a lot of other bits and pieces to it as well. And you've got the whole day here. And so you know you can take your time to relax your way around the spa. And so you get yourself a towel. You head through to the changing rooms. You change in the changing rooms. Head through a door. And can feel that warm breeze passing through that door as you open it. And notice the water vapor in the air. Notice the water on glass and the drops on the glass and the way the light catches those drops as they get heavier and heavier, and then find their route down the glass, almost like drops racing each other down the glass. And you walk through to the first room, and as you walk in, you notice that it's a dark room with dark tiles around the walls, the ceiling. And this room's only illuminated by some candles, and there's relaxing music playing in this room. And from time to time you hear the sound of a diffuser, and then smell the smells of the essential oils, getting a waft of lavender as you walk to one of the dark spa beds to lie on. And you notice that it's made almost out of the same tiles as the room, and those tiles are warm to the touch. And you rest your towel over the tiles and you lie down. Notice the way that curves to fit your back, your legs. And as you lie there, breathing in that lavender smell, breathing out any tension and stress, you notice that there's a projector projecting an image of stars, the occasional shooting star, on the wall and ceiling of this room, just moving gently across the wall and ceiling, noticing the projection of nebula passing by. And as you continue to take deep, comfortable breaths, so you let your eyes close and you allow yourself to begin to relax to that smell of the lavender. And while you relax on that warm bed, listening to that music, so that relaxation spreads through your head, down your shoulders, through your body, all the way down to your feet. And you notice your mind drifting and wandering as if you're discovering yourself walking through a field of lavender, running your hands through that lavender as you walk, letting that lavender pass through your fingertips, tickling through the inside of your fingers, smelling that lavender around you, noticing the waving purple as you gaze around and the breeze blows across the field, and the contrast with the blue sky and distant hills and the sounds around you out here in a field, sounds of birds, of nature, and having a sense of the sun passing across the sky as you continue across that field, and the sun setting and stars appearing in the sky. Almost like the experience you're having in this room is becoming translated by your dreaming brain to create a representation of the experience, of the smell, of those stars passing overhead, of the feeling of that warm breeze that you experienced on entering the spa. And after a while of drifting deeper and more relaxed into the experience, you decide that it's time to move on to the next room. You're here for the day, and so you want to be able to work your way around the different rooms, work your way around the different things that this spa has to offer. And so you open your eyes, climb down off that bed, picking up your towel, leaving that room, noticing a slight coolness as you walk out of that room. And you head to the next door. And you walk in this next door. And you discover yourself in a room with padded walls, a padded ceiling, that's light and airy, that feels much cooler than the last room. And standing in the middle of this room are 3 wide, tall tubes. And you can see water filling those tubes, bubbles rising up those tubes, colours dancing in the water, and those colours dancing and refracting through that water, and then shining onto the walls, creating dancing wave patterns on the walls. And you sit down on the comfy chair, resting your back against those soft walls. And you watch those bubbles rising in those cylinders. And you notice the way the water overflows the top of the cylinders, the way it flows down the outsides into a little pool of water, like a little pond at the foot of those cylinders. And the sound of that running water, the sound of it bubbling and sploshing. And then you relax back into this soft chair. You feel the cool breeze in this room on your face. And you notice the difference between this room and the last. That this room is much lighter, almost white, compared to the last room that was dark. And there's no spotlight in this room. There's just a general light that illuminates from all directions. Almost like this room is full of daylight. And you relax back and close your eyes. And you take some deep breaths as you listen to the sound of that water. And you notice as you take those deep breaths that in this room is the smell of cut grass. And as you breathe in that smell of freshly mowed grass, your mind starts to wander to pleasant summer days, to the sounds of lawnmowers in the distance, that smell of cut grass surrounding you, of walking a dog, throwing a ball, watching your dog chase after that ball and excitedly jump up as it bounces, catching that ball, excitedly spinning around and then running back, wrestling you for a moment when you try to take the ball from it, before putting that ball down by your feet, stepping back a little bit, bowing its head, as if to look at the ball, lowering its front legs, and then looking back up at you. And you reach down and pick up that ball, and you can see the way the dog's eyes are watching the ball as you pull it back, and pretend to throw it and watch the dog run for a little bit before suddenly stopping, realizing that there's no ball there, and then turning back to you and seeing you still have the ball. And then you throw the ball and the dog bounds after it, grabs that ball and comes back. And the whole time you're walking through this area, smelling that cut grass, feeling the warmth of the sun, hearing the sounds of summer birds, seeing others walking their dogs, people out jogging, people out walking, some people playing. Just having relaxing memories of summer days coming to mind. And then after a while, you just have that sense that the right amount of time has passed, that it's time to move on to the next room. And so you head back out of the door, and you start walking toward the next door, and you see some people laughing, and you gaze over towards them, and you see them sitting on a stool with their feet in tanks of fish, and you see those fish nibbling around their toes, nibbling between their toes, and you see them giggling and laughing as they look down at their feet, feeling that tickling of the fish. And you wonder whether that's something that you'll try if you have time before you leave the spa. But you want to make sure you give time to going through all the rooms and all that this spa has to offer. And you open the next door and notice that in this room it's really cold. And you decide that you don't know how long you'll spend in this room. You realise that the room seems to be full of artificial snow, and you've just walked barefoot into this room, into this snow. And you're here for the spa experience. So you decide you'll give it a bit of a try and just see what it's like in this room. And like the other rooms, there's some relaxing sounds playing. The lighting is just right to go with the snow. And part of the sounds is a slight sound of wind, almost like the kind of wind you would get on a cold day. A brisk, cold wind. And the sound of the wind almost sends shivers through your body, as if you can almost feel it just from the sound. And you touch that snow with your hands, and you hear the sound of the crackling snow under your feet as it crunches and cracks. And you find yourself making snowballs just because you can. Almost like something childlike occurs inside you, that although you're cold, something about the fact that you've been really warm from the previous rooms and from the space outside this room makes it so the cold has a certain comfort to it. But you know that if you stay in here too long, then it'll get uncomfortable. But you feel this almost childlike desire to make some snowballs, to build a tiny little snow person up on one of the seats, and then put a little smiley face on that snow person, wondering if it will make anyone else smile when they walk in here and see it sitting there on a seat. And you put the towel down on a seat. You sit down on that towel, and you can feel the coolness of the air, the cold snow beneath your feet. And you let your eyes close for a short time as you begin to relax your breathing, which in turn reduces the shivering and helps you feel more comfortable. And you notice that something about this cold seems to work just right for reducing aches and pains, almost like the cold is passing in through your feet, around your body, softening and numbing any discomfort through the body. And you feel yourself breathing deeply and comfortably, and you can breathe deeper and even more comfortable. Noticing yourself breathing in that way, helping you relax even deeper, and helping you to get used to being able to be in an uncomfortable position for a while without it feeling uncomfortable. As if this room is teaching you even more than just being a spa day that can bring you comfort and relaxation. And while your eyes are closed and you're drifting and relaxing, your mind begins to wander. And it begins to wander to the sound of walking through snow, walking through a pine forest, smelling that pine smell that's in this room, and having that transform into the smell of a pine forest in your mind. And as you walk through this pine forest, so you can hear and feel each footstep you take. You can hear the sound of a woodpecker in a tree, curious as to why it's out pecking away at this time of year. But finding something relaxing and comforting about knowing that there's a woodpecker there. And then being surprised to discover what looks like a giant tree in the middle of this pine forest. And you run your hand around the bark of that tree. You gaze up, noticing how tall it is compared to the trees around it. And as you walk around that tree, so you notice a hole in the back of the tree. And you duck down and walk into that hole. And the sound of the wind dies down. The sounds outside die down. And you turn on a torch and notice this is almost like a small cave inside this tree. The perfect size to relax in, to be out of the harsh weather outside of here. And so you head away from the entrance and relax down in a corner. Just gazing over towards that entrance, seeing the snow out there, aware of the cold wind blowing out there, while you relax here. And as you relax here, so you have this sense of your eyes closing, taking a moment in this place to relax. And because of where you are, you have this sense of walking through a very similar place, but on a warm summer's day. And instead of finding a giant tree in the middle of this place, you find a giant gingerbread house, one that's large enough to live in. And with the smell of that ginger, so you approach the house. You knock on the door, but accidentally break the ginger door. And out of curiosity, you decide to see if this house is edible. So you pick up the bit of door that broke off. You break a small bit of it off and eat it, and realize that this house is an edible gingerbread house. And you notice that the white decoration around the windows also snaps off and seems to be almost like sugar icing. And you walk into the house and find that there seems to be no one home. And then you hear a noise coming from upstairs. And it's only a faint noise, but it sounds like someone saying "who?" And you think it's someone asking who's in the house. They just seem to be saying "who?" So you start heading quietly up those stairs, and cautiously, worried at any moment you might fall through the gingerbread. And upstairs, you see the most majestic looking owl. perched on top of a gingerbread fireplace, eating a little gingerbread mouse. And you know this mouse isn't real, it's just gingerbread. And you realise whoever built this gingerbread house had made a gingerbread mouse. And there are many more gingerbread mice in a basket by the gingerbread bed. And you walked over to that owl, and the owl was making that sound that you thought was who. And the owl turns to look at you, and you reach out, and it doesn't flinch. And so you gently stroke that owl, and you stroke behind the owl's ear, and the owl tilts its head, almost tilting its head into the stroking. And you stroke the owl's back, and it almost seems to arch itself into the stroke on its back. And then you continue to explore. And as you go to head downstairs, so that owl flies over, and you barely notice it. You catch a slight glimpse of it out of the corner of your eye before you hear it, as it lands on your shoulder. And so you walk downstairs, and you walk out of this house. And the owl flies off ahead of you. And you try and follow that owl. But as you do, you find yourself back inside that giant tree. And then you find yourself drifting back to that cold room. And you realize it's time to move on from this room. And so you stand up. You notice your feet have become quite numb. And you know that if there was any discomfort there, that discomfort is gone now. And you know that that will probably last, even when those feet go back to feeling like normal. And so you walk out of this room. And you walk on to the next door. And as you walk through the door, so you see the most beautiful Zen garden. And there's music playing in this room. With the sound of a gong, a sound of something being struck and then ringing out. And sounds of pipes. And just sounds that, just from walking in here, your mind begins to wander. And you begin to fall into sync with the music, finding yourself walking slowly around the outside of a large area of well-manicured sand. And as you walk round, you find your way to a rake, and you see what you're supposed to do. And you allow all of your focus to be on that rake as you slowly and carefully rake a straight path, raking straight lines, and then alongside that, repeating this. And if the lines go over the lines of the one that you've already raked, you start again. And each time you restart, so you allow your focus to be drawn even more into the experience, aware that the times you make mistakes, when your focus lapsed for a moment, perhaps with a distraction, maybe a thought, and so you keep doing this until you're able to rake each set of lines alongside each other set of lines without any mistakes. And then once you've raked the Zen garden, you sit down in a meditative position on a towel on a stone, listening to the sounds, breathing the smell of jasmine deeply and comfortably, and just allowing your mind to wander to the peace of this place. And as your mind wanders, so you start to have this sense of sitting on the porch of a home overlooking fields, sitting in a rocking chair and just gently rocking backwards and forwards on that porch. Sounds of a wind chime hanging from the top of the porch, gazing out towards fields of cows and sheep, distant hills, and just relaxing and watching the world go by here. Then after a while, standing up from that rocking chair, walking down from the porch, heading round to the front of the porch, climbing onto your horse, just giving that horse a gentle nudge in the sides as it starts walking and then trotting across the land, from one field through the next and the next, up a hill and then down a hill, all the way to a river winding and weaving among these hills, and then stopping that horse at the river, dismounting, and just walking along that river a little bit, walking up towards the hills to where the river has a small area of rapids of small waterfalls that weave their way around rocks in the river. And you set up a small little camp just here by the river, with the sound of that water running, that waterfall sound, the slight spray in the air, the smell of that water. Sitting down on the grass with a campfire, the sound of the crackling campfire, the sight of the flames dancing. And having yourself something to eat while you enjoy being here out in nature. Where there's no one else around, just you and your horse. Just relaxing here. The horse has its head down, just eating some grass. You can feel the breeze on your face. And after having something to eat, you take your shoes and socks off, and you walk just into the shallows of this river, feeling that refreshing coolness of the water around your ankles, your feet, and that tickling of that water as it bubbles past, and the sound of just wading lightly in this water here. And getting some water onto your hands and splashing a bit onto your face. Feeling that refreshing water, smelling that refreshing water. Being able to breathe in this fresh air out here in the middle of nowhere. Before getting back onto the horse, making your journey back to that porch, sitting back down in that rocking chair, rocking backwards and forwards and relaxing, and finding yourself back meditating in that Zen garden, knowing it's time to move on from this area. And as you leave this area, so you enter the next door, and in this door you just see a jacuzzi in the middle of the room, and there's no one else in this room. And so you go and climb into the jacuzzi. You press the button to turn it on, and you relax yourself down, sitting with just your head above the water and your back against the side. And you can feel that bubbling water under your chin, around your neck, vibrating and massaging around your body, your arms, tickling around your fingers, the palm of your hands, tickling your toes and your feet, and those bubbles massaging your legs. And you let your eyes close as you relax there. And as you relax, you notice that your body wants to begin to float. So you lift your arms out of the water, rest them on the side, And with your head and shoulders and arms out the water, so you let your body relax and begin to float on that cushion of watery air, floating and relaxing up toward the surface, with your legs just hanging loose and limp out in front of you, and that almost numbing, tickling, bubbling around you, almost pulsating with bubbles across your whole body. Almost like it's sending mini vibrations through your body, your legs, your feet, tickling around the base of your feet. And the occasional splash into your face as the bubbles burst at the surface. And as you relax there, so your mind begins to wander. You have a sense that this is a bit like relaxing, resting on an ocean, being at a beach, lying on your back, gazing up at the sky, watching birds overhead, hearing the sound of the water lapping on the shore, waves breaking, waves lifting you up and lowering you down as they pass by. That bubbling sound of the water in your ears, and that sensation of being able to almost turn over, put a snorkel mask on, and lower your head just under the water, where you can be floating on the water, gazing down underwater, breathing deeply and comfortably through the snorkel, and seeing the fish swimming around on the bottom, seeing the movement of seaweed and underwater plant life as the pressure of the waves passes in towards the shore and then back out again. And then, after a short period of time, you have this sensation of those bubbles calming down, your body relaxing down under the water again, no longer propped up on that cushion of watery air. And your eyes open and you leave the jacuzzi. And you head through the next door to the next room. And as you walk into this room, so you notice the wooden walls. Notice what's almost like a thick cloud in here. And you instantly get hit by the heat of this room. And you spend just a short period of time in here, thinking how this must be what it would be like to be in a rainforest, in the highly humid heat. And after that room, you head into another similar room, a room that has the same kind of temperature, but this time no humidity. And without the humidity, you have a sense of this being almost like you imagine a desert would be. Imagining a vast, empty space. You just have a sense of peace, of wonder. And after that room, you head to the final area around the outside of this spa. It's some steps down into a pool of water, and you descend those steps, and it's a calm, warm, comfortable pool of water, almost like walking into the most comfortable bath. And you walk down those steps into that water. You lower yourself gently down into the water so that just your head is above the surface. And then you gently swim in that water. And you see that there's a plastic curtain, with the other side of that curtain is outside the spa, where this pool continues outside the spa. And you swim towards that curtain, and you swim through the curtain, coming out in the outside part of this pool. And you can see the snow of winter that's out here, while feeling that incredible warmth of this pool. You can feel the tickling of snowflakes as they land on your hair. And you rise yourself out of the water slightly, and you can feel that cool air. And you let the snowflakes land on your head, on your shoulders, on your arms. And at first, they just disappear as soon as they touch your skin. But then after a little while, they start to settle. And you let little mounds of snow build up on your arms, down to your hands, before just lowering yourself gently down under the water, feeling that comfort of being back in that warmth, and then rising yourself out of the water again, letting that snow rest on your arms again, and then lowering yourself back down into the water. And you find yourself a corner in this pool, and you relax back in that corner, resting yourself against the edge of the pool, seeing the water vapour rising up from the pool, from that hot water into the cold air. And you gaze over through the pine forests that surround this spa. You can see the distant mountains beyond the pine forest. And you have this sense of your eyes relaxing shut while you rest on this water, feeling the warmth of your body, the coolness of the breeze on your face. And with your eyes closed, you have this sense of what it would be like to be in a hot air balloon, rising up from near the spa. The sound of the flame making that balloon rise higher and higher, and then the silence as it just drifts and floats in the sky. And being able to get that better view over to the mountains. And a sense of the peace of just floating in a basket under a hot air balloon. drifting with the wind wherever the wind takes you. And then catching a glint of something over in those caves. And having this sense like somehow you've leapt out of the hot air balloon and turned into that owl, and almost silently flying your way towards that glinting, glistening in the mountain. And as you near that location, you notice that it looks like an entrance to a cave, and that something inside the cave is glistening and glinting, like something must be illuminating whatever it is inside that cave. And as you come into land as that owl, and you tuck your wings out and then back, you find yourself landing as a person and walking into that cave, as if a warm glow is emanating from your body that's illuminating your path through the cave. And as you walk in, you notice that this seems to be some kind of a crystal cave that's got the most beautiful crystals around the ceiling, the walls, the back of the cave, that the slightest bit of light just glistens and gleams around the cave. And you walk deeper and deeper into the cave, where you see a pool of water and a fountain. And in that pool of water is what looks like thousands of gold coins. And you reach in and have that splush of your hand diving down into the water. You pick up a handful of those gold coins, lift them out of the water as that water runs through your fingers. And some of those coins run through your fingers and splosh back into the water. And you notice that in that water seems to be a spinning light, like a crystal that's somehow spinning with a certain regularity, with a light that's pulsing. And you take a closer look, and you reach down and you reach toward that spinning crystal. And you realize that it seems to be almost like that crystal is somehow magnetic, but it's somehow fitted into a system where there's a magnet beneath it, and both magnets are repelling. And something about this water and the temperature difference between the different parts of the water with the fountain is enough to influence the movement of that crystal. And as that crystal moves, so it seems to generate a little bit of electricity within that magnetic field that creates this glow that's enough to illuminate this cave, to create sparkling, glistening light. And you head out of this cave in this mountain top. You leap off the mountain and instantly find yourself turned back into an owl. And as you fly silently you can see yourself resting there in that spa, relaxing so peacefully and so deeply. And as an owl, you fly down towards yourself. And just as you're about to land in the water, so your eyes open and you find that you're resting in the water. And you work your way back out, back through that plastic entrance, back into the spa. You decide not to give the fish tank a go. You look and see if there's anything else you've missed. You see that there's an area that seems to have toads and turtles and different other creatures. It seems to be just a relaxing area to sit and watch. And you notice that there's a cafe the other side of that. And that must be the area for people to sit in a cafe and have something relaxing to look at. You go back to the changing rooms, feeling so relaxed. It's almost an effort to get dressed again. Like all you want to do is just relax even deeper. You grab yourself a bite to eat from the cafe before leaving this spa, holding on to that relaxation, holding on to your learnings from this day, looking forward to visiting again, feeling almost like you've just been a caterpillar, and that going home, having a good night's sleep, will help you to emerge in the morning as a butterfly. You make your journey home and find that night that when you go to bed, you already feel so incredibly relaxed. It's almost effortless to just drift asleep, and you sleep so soundly through the night, having the most incredible, pleasant dreams, knowing that you're doing a lot of positive inner work as you sleep, and that in the morning you're going to wake up feeling so refreshed, revitalized, and that as long as you keep this spa trip in your mind, you'll be able to keep hold of that relaxation from the spa each and every day, helping you relax deeper, helping you handle stress well, helping anxiety fade away, and relaxation and comfort begin to help your decision making and help in many unexpected ways. And while drifting asleep, a smile can come to your face as those pleasant thoughts come to mind, relaxing, sleeping through the night. So just take a moment to begin to relax and begin to drift comfortably asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep. I'm just going to tell this story set in a savannah. And this is a story where you find yourself walking through a savannah. You can see the dancing haze on the horizon, the shimmering trees, the distant shimmering mountains. You can feel the warmth of the sun on your cheeks, and then sensation of each and every footstep that you take. And as you walk through this savannah, watching as some large birds of prey circle overhead, noticing herds of animals eating what they can and travelling across this land, and noticing other large animals roaming around, you see a curious sight. You see what looks like somebody painting. They appear to be stood before an easel and a canvas. And as you approach, you notice something unusual. You notice that this person stood at this easel is blind. And they keep putting their fingers into different paints and then spreading colour onto the canvas, and then washing their fingertips in a jar of water, before seeming to concentrate on the sounds around them, and then reaching up with different colour on their fingertips, adding something else to the canvas. And you ask them what it is that they're painting and how they know what they're doing. And you look at their painting and see what it is that they're painting. And they explain to you that they're listening to the land around them. They're listening for the locations that sounds come from, and pinpointing different animals that make noise based on where in space they perceive the different sounds. They can hear the rustling leaves of trees. They can hear what to them is almost like the twinkling of bells as the grass blows in a breeze. They can hear the deep breaths of animals. They can hear the footsteps of animals, sounds of animals lying down onto the ground or standing up, and the different sounds of the way the different animals move and walk. They can feel the breeze on their face that lets them know which direction the wind is blowing and how that is likely to impact on the scene of any hair or fur or leaves or vegetation. They can notice the occasional change in temperature as clouds pass across the sun, and get an idea from how long that temperature seems to be changed for, how large those clouds are, and how frequent those clouds pass over the sun, and so how frequent the clouds are likely to be passing across the sky. And you ask them how they know what colours to paint with. And they say that that's easy. Every colour absorbs light differently, and every colour has a slightly different temperature, and so they're able to tell what colours are what just from the temperature of those colours. And they can mix colours and tell from the temperature of the mixed colour roughly what colour that must be based on the temperature of it. And they can feel the size of the canvas in front of them. And they almost build up a mental representation of the scene around them, and of that canvas, and of what is on that canvas. And they're not painting to paint something that is photorealistic or realistic and recognizable to a sighted person. They're painting something which is a visual representation of their inner experience, almost like a waveform while music is playing. Is a visual representation of the music. They're taking what they can hear about the world around them, converting that in their mind into what it probably looks like. And it gives them a visual kind of feeling or representation in their mind. That this is their way of trying to explain that representation. And you can find this deeply interesting. And they suggest to you that maybe you'd like to try. And they tell you that there's another canvas on the ground. And they lift their canvas off the easel. They place their canvas down on the ground. They tell you to place your canvas in the place of theirs. They tell you to close your eyes. And with your eyes closed, gently move your hands forward. Find that canvas. Gently move your hands to the top of the canvas. Slide your fingertips along the top of the canvas to the far corners. Feel the texture of the canvas under your fingertips. Feel your way to those two corners. Then gently feel your fingertips down the side of the canvas to the bottom two corners. And then feel your fingertips to the middle of the bottom. And notice how you reach the easel as those hands move towards the center. Notice how your fingers can run along the easel while also touching the canvas, where with your hands just gently relaxed, fingers slightly spread, the thumbs, the forefingers, they can all meet around the middle of the canvas, while the far tips of your little fingers are still touching the edge of the middle of that easel. And so you can just move your hand down the canvas, touching the edge of that easel. You'll know where your thumb is, and you'll know that that line from that point upwards is around the middle of the canvas. And then run your fingers up the canvas and making circles with your fingertips, so lightly touching that canvas, feeling the texture, feeling how that canvas seems looser, less taut in the middle compared to nearer to the edges, especially nearer to the corners. And so, with a sense of touch, you can be creating a representation in your mind with your sense of touch, your proprioception, to know where in space the different parts of that canvas are, so that by moving your hands around in circles, your arms around, reaching up and down, in very natural movements, you can have a true and honest sense of that easel in your mind's eye that represents the easel and the canvas in reality. And they said now, reaching down to the bottom of the canvas, following that easel, just beyond that central lip, where your little finger judges the distance to the center. You can feel the tops of the paints. You can feel that jar that's slotted in near the end of the left side of the easel. And you can notice a jar off on the right side of the easel at the opposite location. And these jars just have water in that you can gently dunk your fingers in to rinse your fingers off. And then out in this Savannah heat, just a quick rub of those fingers dries them off, ready for your next bit of painting. And although they have never seen the colours, they know the experience of different colours. And they direct your hand to the first colour near the water on the left, and they tell you that the colours are the same but reversed on the right, so that you can know that you can reach to the first colour near the water on either side, and it'll be the same colour. And then you can reach to the second colour away from the water on either side, and it'll be the same colour. And so you can dip your fingers into different colours, And know that you can paint the same colour with both hands at the same time onto the canvas. And they tell you that first colour is red. They tell you to really pay attention as you just gently touch the top of that colour with your fingertips. To pay attention to the sensation of that colour, sensation of that paint, the temperature of the paint. And then to wash your fingertips. And allow those fingertips to dry. And then touch the second colour. And they tell you what colour this is. They tell you to notice the texture, the sensations of touching that colour, the temperature of that colour. And they work through slowly, methodically, carefully teaching you and guiding you to experience what each colour feels like, what temperature each colour is. And you also know where each colour is. And a part of you wants to open your eyes and wants to see what it is that you're doing. But they tell you to just trust yourself. Trust that you have the ability to learn. There was a time before you had labels for anything. And then you grew up giving labels to things. You gave labels to the experience of the colour red. To what that colour red looks like. All you're doing is the same thing as you learn to do instinctively growing up. But you're allowing that to happen through your feelings, through your sense of touch, through a greater awareness of the other sensory experiences of the colours. And after having a sense of where each colour is, and increasing in confidence at being able to tell one colour from another based on its temperature, based on what it feels like to touch. They tell you that to paint a picture, you need to be able to experience that picture. And that it's not about creating a visual representation, saying this animal looks exactly like this and that animal looks exactly like that. It's about recreating your inner experience, your experience of those animals, of the nature, without sight and without touching those animals. That if you get to touch the animals, then you could create a very different representation of them. But this will just be a representation of your experience of hearing those animals. And you know some information about some of the animals, about their sizes, their shapes. But most of your painting will be based on what you can hear. And so they guide you to relax. They tell you to just take a few deep, comfortable breaths, breathing in and breathing out, extending each out breath, breathing in and breathing out, extending that out breath further again. And again, breathing in and breathing out. And they tell you to just focus on almost being one with the world around you. That they'll count back from 20, and as they count, you can become stiller and quieter inside your mind, reducing previous ideas and judgments to be able to be just in the moment on the experience. And they start to count down in the background from 20, 19, 18, guiding you deeper and deeper into the experience. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, going deeper and deeper. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, as you go deeper and more experienced, almost like your senses are becoming heightened in the moment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, so deeply absorbed in the moment. And they tell you that now you're deeply absorbed in this moment, allowing yourself to become so calm and still, with your awareness spreading out with each out-breath, breathing in comfort, spreading that awareness out from yourself as if to connect with the ground, the plants, the trees, the animals, the sky, with nature. And as you spread your awareness out, they said, just begin to notice the feeling of the breeze on your face. Notice the difference in sensations between one cheek and the other. Notice the difference between the sensations on one ear and the other. Notice what the ground feels like under your feet. Take just a couple of steps on the spot to be able to notice the texture, how firm or soft that ground is. And that'll give you an idea of what that's likely to be for most of this environment. And just notice that you can reach down and gently lower your hand onto the ground and judge when the grass touches and tickles the underside of your hand, and how long it takes, and what the distance is between when that grass first touches and tickles your hand versus when that hand is flat on the ground. You can move your hand around on that ground, giving a sense of whether that grass is a similar height across this kind of ground, or whether it varies significantly in height. And listening closely, you can hear the movement of the grass as the wind blows a breeze. You can hear the sounds of branches rubbing together in the trees, of the leaves rustling, that can give you an idea of how many leaves are there and how dense those leaves are. And being able to hear that distant lapping of water on a shore. Knowing that somewhere over there is a lake. And breathing in, noticing the smells around you. The smell of that distant water. The smells of different plants. And other smells around you. Perhaps noticing the light and shadow as clouds pass across the sun, as well as noticing the change in temperature of your cheeks as clouds pass in front of the sun, before revealing the warmth of that sun again. Hearing the distant flapping sound of a bird taking off from the ground, sound it makes as air pumps through its body and out its mouth, while its chest moves as it beats its wings, where it makes that noise without wanting to or trying to, just because it's pumping air because of the natural movement of its body and its wings, to fly, to take off. Hearing the sliding sound and the splashing sound of a bird landing in the lake. Hearing the occasional sound of insects buzzing past your ears. And just by moving your head ever so slightly left and right, as if shaking your head no. Being able to notice the direction of sounds. And making a clicking sound with your mouth. And being able to notice the way that sound reacts with the environment. Whether the sound reverberates, bounces straight back, is absorbed by the environment, and the way that sound reacts depending on where in the environment it's bouncing back to you from. And letting out a few clicks. To begin to get an idea of distances to things, whether there's trees that you can hear rustling that are nearer or perhaps further away, whether there are shrubs, whether there's anything else closer to you, or whether you're really looking over a vast vista. And the sounds of birds flying overhead, the sounds they make as well as the sounds of their wings. Being able to focus and almost pinpoint each individual bird sound. To have an idea of how many birds are flying overhead. And then when you're ready, beginning to paint. And I don't know whether you'll paint the ground first or the sky first, but beginning to just place some of that paint on the canvas, rubbing it onto the canvas, using both hands at the same time, washing those fingertips, rubbing those fingertips dry, and then applying more paint, perhaps doing the basic colour of the ground first and then a basic colour of the sky, and gradually building from no detail to more and more detail as you create your own representation, interpretation of your experience. Perhaps just a generic greeny colour and blue colour. And maybe having this sense of those trees off to the left. And the type of sound of the leaves and the rubbing branches that you can hear. That let you have an idea of how densely packed or loosely packed those trees are. How far away they are. and just painting a representation of the sound. And maybe hearing some footsteps and chewing sounds on the grass, way off in the distance. And painting your representation of that, of a herd of animals. And working your way round this painting, focusing on different elements of your experience. Then painting what you would say is your representation of that experience. How you would describe something you can only hear. And what you discover is that the more you become absorbed in painting in this way, the deeper and deeper into the experience you go. And the deeper and deeper into the experience you go, the more profound you find this experience. And you discover that you almost become one with the experience, as if you can see the world around you that doesn't look as you know the world looks, but looks as if you're looking at a world, even though your eyes are closed, and you're just experiencing that world through different senses that you don't normally pay much attention to the experience of. You know that you can hear the world around you. You know that you can feel the world around you. You know that you have a sense of your place in the world around you. But you also know that in everyday life, you don't pay a huge amount of attention to all of that incoming information. That your focus is more just on what you can see. If someone said to describe a certain animal, your first response may be to describe what it looks like, unless there is something incredibly distinctive, perhaps about what it sounds like. And after a while of painting in this way, you have this sense like you're done with the painting. You wash your fingertips, you open your eyes and you step back, and you're surprised by the painting that you've done. And then you take that canvas from the easel. You place the original canvas back on the easel. And then before you take that canvas off the easel, the artist says to step aside. They want to have a sense of what you painted. And out here in the savannah, the paint dries quickly, and they run their fingers over that painting, feeling the temperature difference, the different colours, the texture difference across the painting. And they praise you on how well you've done at representing the world around you. and perceiving the world around you in this new way. And then they say that you can take your artwork and let it remind you of being able to take alternative perspectives on the world. That sometimes things aren't always as they seem. And so you take your canvas, place the other canvas back in place. You say goodbye to that artist. And you head away from this savannah. And as you head away from the savannah, so in your mind, while you're heading home, all you can think about is the experience of painting and having a curiosity to want to explore your painting with your eyes. That you'd had a little look at it out in the savannah, but you haven't really explored that painting. And once you arrive home, it's night time, you head indoors. You place that painting up on a side, and you step back and look at that painting, and you think in your mind about the experience, about what you really saw in that location, and you compare what you really saw visually with what you painted, what your representation was of that environment without vision. And then you step up to that painting. You feel across the painting with your fingertips, having a sense of the feeling of the different colours, the temperature difference between those different colours under the light in your room, allowing yourself to become so deeply absorbed so that you become almost hyper-aware of the most subtle changes. And then you step back again and take a look again and smile at how absorbing it was to just touch that painting and allow yourself to become deeply absorbed in the experience again. And you head to bed with a sense of curiosity about how you can perceive the world differently, what you can learn from this experience, about what other environments might be interesting to paint in this way, or even to just stand in or sit in, to close your eyes and experience them with your eyes closed, to heighten your other senses, to heighten your sense of smell, of touch, of taste, of hearing, and what difference that might make to your perception of these locations. And while thinking about this, you gently relax, you gently drift and float asleep, falling into the most peaceful, pleasant sleep all night long. So, just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to drift and float comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell a story where you find yourself walking through a dark wood. And as you walk through this dark wood, the moon is shining overhead, and the silvery light of the moon glistens and shines down through the branches, dancing as the leaves blow in the breeze. And you can see that thick fog filling the wood, and noticing the way that fog almost seems to part as you walk through it, hearing the sounds of each footstep that you take along that dense mud through the woods. And as you turn off that mud path and head deeper into the woods, so you can hear the occasional cracking of twigs beneath your feet. You can see the way that fog dances between the trees, and those shards of light move around, almost scanning the woodland below. And you can hear the distant sound of an owl somewhere up in a tree. And in your mind's eye, almost able to pinpoint where that sound is coming from. And you can feel the coolness on your cheeks as you walk deeper and deeper into the woods, as that fog begins to become increasingly dense around you, almost making everything take on a glowing hue, sort of glowing grey, where the moonlight is illuminating that fog, as if the fog itself is becoming a light. And whatever direction you look, you can see the shadows of trees, different greys, as you walk deeper and deeper into this woodland. And then after a while, you notice this slight tinge of red, and you walk towards that slight hint of red, and you discover a piece of thread tied around one of the trees, as if someone has tied some wool to a tree. And you take hold of that wool between your fingers, and you run your fingers along that wool as you follow it from tree to tree, as it weaves from one tree around another, and you can feel the water that's condensed out of that fog onto that wool. You can feel the texture of that wool between your fingertips. And you follow that wool like a red path deeper and deeper into the woodland, until you reach a tree where that wall seems to stop. And you run your fingers round the bark of this tree, and you look up into the tree, and you can just see the shadowy shape of the tree above. You can see that there's an artificial shape up in that tree. You notice that there's a ladder built up the side of the tree, and you reach up, pull yourself up onto the ladder, and ascend that ladder. And as you ascend higher up that tree, you start to rise up above the layer of fog. Everything starts to become clearer. You can see that fog almost like glowing, silvery liquid hovering beneath the trees. You can hear the rustling of the leaves, and you ascend up into a tree house. Up here, in this tree, in this wood. And in the tree house, you light a candle, and that gentle candle light dances and illuminates the tree house. And although the tree house is just a basic tree house, with basic wooden sides, it still gives a sense of warmth, as if it perhaps had absorbed some of the warmth of the sun during the day. And it just feels warmer here in this tree house than being down in that fog. And you can notice, as you settle down into a chair in this tree house, that your hair is damp from walking around in that fog, and that your clothes are damp. And so you dry your hair, you wrap yourself up warm in some blankets that are in this tree house. And you settle down in that heavily blanketed and cushioned chair, sinking yourself down into that, feeling so comfortable, so relaxed. And after the walk that you've had and climbing into this tree house, you close your eyes just for a moment, and you begin to drift into a reverie, drift inside your mind, drifting and floating into the most comfortable daydream. And as you begin to comfortably drift into a daydream, drift into that reverie, you can hear the howl of a distant wolf. You can feel a sense of deep peace and relaxation as you hear the sound of the owl. You hear the rustling of the leaves. And you hear the occasional other sound of birds moving around, of bats flying and catching insects, and other woodland sounds, just helping you drift deeper and more comfortable into that reverie. And as you drift deeper, more comfortably into the reverie, you start to create an inner world for yourself, almost unconsciously, just becoming aware of a different time and place, finding yourself at the foot of a vast mountain. And it's a mountain range like no other. And it's the most incredible looking mountain range. And as you start to climb the mountain, you notice that the entire mountain is made of dense granite. And you ascend up to the snow line. You continue ascending that mountain. And when you reach the top, you turn and look at how far you've come. You look back down that mountain, you see your route. You see the land beyond the mountain. You see all the way off to the horizon. And in one direction you can see the ocean. In another direction, land just seems to go on and on and on. And you climb all the way to the peak, and you look down the other side of the mountain, and you can notice the difference in the weather, how this vast mountain range stops that weather, reduces the amount of clouds that can pass over the range, and you can see down the other side a gentle slope all the way down towards the ground. And you notice that on that side it appears drier, that instead of forest and lots of greenery, it spreads out like a vast savannah. And you sit down at the peak of this mountain, gazing over that vast savannah, just catching your breath after the journey that you've made. And as you sit there, you notice the sound of a cat's meow. And you look around, but you don't see anything. And then you hear a few footsteps in the snow. And again you look around, and you don't see anything. And then you hear purring coming from right behind you. And when you turn around, you see the most incredible sight, that up here is a purple little kitten with the cutest little mittens. And they reach up, put their two front paws up against your body, as if to try and climb on you and get a hug. And you find yourself unable to resist that purple little kitten. And so you pick it up gently by its sides, and you can feel the warmth of its fur. And you tuck it down just inside your coat, hugging that kitten with its belly facing up. And it nuzzles its head down into your side and begins to purr deeper and deeper. And as you sit with that kitten, you notice that it seems to be drifting peacefully asleep. And so you don't really want to disturb it. And so you sit there for a little while, but at the same time you're thinking that you need to get down this mountain. So you look around you and you see that there's the bark of an old tree poking out of the snow. And you go over to that bark, carefully trying not to disturb that kitten. And with one hand you pull that bark out of the snow. You head over to the edge of the mountain. And in your mind you work out that it's a gentle slope all the way down to the bottom. It's a very long slope, but it's a gentle slope all the way to the bottom. And you decide that you're perfectly capable of doing this. And so you place yourself onto that bark. You push yourself closer to the edge with the heels of your feet sliding your bum forward to slide the bark to the edge. And then just as you notice it starting to move and slide on its own, you lift your feet, place them on the bark, and start sliding down the side of that mountain. You can feel the wind in your hair and on your cheeks as you pick up speed, and you lean slightly left and slightly right, being really careful to control your descent, to keep on track as you descend further and further down this mountain, with the sound of that sled passing across and through that snow, weaving slightly to avoid any lumps that you see, just in case there's something under the snow that could be unexpected. Making sure that you keep checking on that kitten, peering down and seeing that it's still resting there, sleeping, almost oblivious to what's going on. And then the sled passes the bottom of the snow line, but continues down the mountain and makes more of a sound like the wood passing across mud and gravel and then grass. And then as you near the base of the mountain, you start to put your feet down onto the ground, almost doing a rapid run on either side of the sled to slow yourself down, just digging your heels in a little bit. As you come to a halt at the base of the mountain, and you look back up the mountain to the top, see how far you've come. And a part of you feels that that was fun and you'd like to try it again. Another part of you thinks that that'd be a lot of effort to climb all the way up that mountain just to come back down again. And you're surprised the kitten slept through one run down the mountain. You doubt the kitten would sleep through climbing up the mountain and coming down again. And you don't know where this kitten's from, how they got up the mountain on their own, why they're wearing mittens. And you've never seen a purple cat before, with the softest fur. And as you begin to walk through the savannah, you head towards a hut that you can see in the distance. And as you walk towards that hut, so you can notice a bird of prey circling overhead. You can see different animals grazing. And after a while, that kitten wakes up and it jumps down out of your arms and it begins to walk along next to your legs, occasionally weaving its way through your legs, rubbing against your legs. Occasionally, it would wander off to explore something and to sniff at bits of grass before coming back and continuing to walk alongside you. And then you see that that kitten seems to have got the scent of something, and it goes dashing off, and you just carry on walking. And as you get closer to that kitten, you can see it munching on something, and see it seemingly very excited about what it's eating. And when you arrive at the kitten, and you lean down, it stands on its back legs, it rests on the palms of your hands, and you can see its eyes, really wide, looking at you. And then the kitten starts rolling around and rubbing itself around on the ground, before seeming to tire itself out, climbing up onto your shoulder, resting across the back of your neck, and falling asleep. And while it's resting across the back of your neck, you can hear it purring and hear its tiny, slightly squeaky snores while it sleeps, and occasional kicking of its legs as if it's dreaming. And at the hut, you walk around, look in the windows, and it doesn't look like anyone lives there now. And so you open the door, enter that hut. You gently place that kitten down on a cushion on the floor, while it continues to relax and sleep. You take a moment to sit down in the comfortable chair and think about the journey you've been on, climbing one side of a mountain, sledding down the other side of the mountain, and then trekking across this savannah to this hut. And you're unsure where this land is. You're curious about this purple kitten. And as the kitten sleeps, so you look out the window towards the animals grazing. And you notice that they resemble cows, but there's something different about them. They look different to the cows you're used to seeing. And you think, if anything, they perhaps resemble Highland cattle more than the regular cows that you might see. And while that kitten sleeps, you leave the hut and decide to go and explore, get a closer look. And they're happily grazing, not really paying much attention to you. and you see some of them grazing near the water's edge of a small lake. And then one of them runs and jumps into the water and swims around in the water before exiting the water, and almost like a giant dog, it shakes itself vigorously to shake that water off. And something about the scene of a cow shaking like a dog can be a little confusing. But it's what happens that becomes even more confusing. That as that cow shakes and dries itself off, so its shaking seems to create static. And the cow ends up looking like a giant fur ball. And you walk over to that cow. And you touch the sides of the cow. And you climb on the back of that furball cow, as it seems to communicate somehow to you to do so. And there's something different about this cow, that it doesn't seem to follow the rules like all the others. It seems to think for itself, and somehow seems to be able to communicate almost telepathically. And while you're sat on the cow, you feel a deep sense of connection, like the two of you are falling into sync with each other. And the cow heads round the lake and begins to head towards a small rock formation. And on arrival at that rock formation, the cow seems to almost gesture for you to get off, and it bows its head, allowing you to dismount comfortably. And you walk over to that rock formation, and you see that in that rock formation is a cave. And as you head into the cave, you shine a torch into the darkness and notice that somehow writing and symbols seem to appear, almost like light on the walls. And somehow the light from your torch seems to trigger those light symbols. And you try to make sense of those light symbols, but you can't quite work them out. They look like they could be some kind of language. They don't look like any language that you know or writing style that you know. And as you shine your torch around the walls, and the different symbols become illuminated, eventually you're surrounded by glowing symbols that seem to almost be twinkling and sparkling with electricity, remaining illuminated, somehow powered by your light. And you can hear that slight twinkling sound from all of those symbols. And then you see a blue light beginning to form near the back of the cave, and it spirals up from the ground and seems to spiral almost to the ceiling of the cave. And that blue light gets denser and denser, almost as if it's got solid form. And it gets brighter and brighter. And then it begins to fade away. And as it fades away, so you see a dog sat where the light was. And while you watch that dog and watch that dog watching you, you become aware that that dog seems to somehow understand you and have greater intelligence than at first you may have realized. And then you hear a voice in your mind and realize that dog seems to be communicating telepathically. And it's a deep, comforting voice. A voice telling you to relax. A voice telling you that this dog knows the cat, and that the cat has helped to bring you here. And there's greater intelligence around you than you realize. That most people go through life focusing on themselves and focusing on their own standards, and then missing things that are different, and not realizing certain wonderful things that are out there. And the dog beckons you to get closer. And you walk over to the dog. And as you step next to the dog, so that blue light begins to form again, only this time you're on the inside of that blue light. And then as that blue light clears, you find yourself on a spaceship, and you can see the planet below. And this dog telepathically communicates that their name is Scrappy. And you wonder why they were named Scrappy, but decide not to ask. But because you've wondered, they seem to give a smile, as if to communicate that they know what you're thinking. And you walk over and look out over the planet below. And as you look at the planet below, so you realize that the ship that you're on is spinning, and that spinning is what's allowing you to be able to walk around this ship. And as you gaze out the window, you start to form an idea of how large the ship is likely to be, based on the spinning that it's doing, and how large it would need to be spinning at that speed to give you enough gravity to feel like you're walking on Earth. And you wonder what else is in this ship, and whether the ship is a whole ring, or perhaps two almost counterweighted sections. Or maybe it's just spinning around a certain axis, almost like a hammer. And you're curious to explore the ship further. But this dog says that they need your help, that you've been led to this place specifically because you're somebody who is willing to suspend judgment and to go with the flow, to explore things with curiosity. And you notice that this dog gets themselves a drink, and they offer you a drink and you accept. And you're curious what drink they're going to pour you. And you find that they go to a machine and a drink just appears. And they hand you that drink. And you're surprised by the way the dog seems to be able to use its paws. That it can look one way at one time, and then from normal paws like any other dog, when it reaches for something, its paws change, and it seems to have elongated fingers and can seem to grasp things. And yet when it's done, it seems to retract back to a normal looking paw. And the dog hands you a drink, and when you taste it you discover it's your favourite drink. And then you hear that dog's voice in your mind, letting you know that it's telepathic. It knows what your favourite drink is. And then the dog drinks its own drink and lets you know that it's apple cider, that of all the planets it's visited, apple cider is the best drink it's found. And so the dog sits and asks you to sit. And you communicate for a while exploring what it is that you need to help them with. And they explain that you need to go to a specific forest, that there's a temple that only a human can enter. And in that temple, there's something you're going to need to get, that they can take you to the forest, but you'll have to make the rest of the journey yourself. And they tell you that to be able to do this, you're going to be accessing a temple that's connected through time. And so what you're going to be getting is different to what perhaps you'll expect, but you'll discover that when you get there. And the dog says that we're about to pass over the forest. And you can look out the window and see it down there. And as you start looking out the window and you see it down below you, you notice that light. And then as the light clears, you find yourself in that forest. The dog explains that they'll wait here for your return. And they place a beacon that you can follow back to here. And they give you the directions to head. And you start to walk through this forest. And you notice in this forest what the temperature is like, the sounds of the forest. You notice the most beautiful birds flying through the trees. How colourful they are against the green backdrop of the leaves. You can see and hear monkeys jumping from branch to branch. And you have this sense, like all the animals here are watching and curious about what you're doing. And you head towards the temple. And when you arrive at the temple, you notice it's almost like a stepped pyramid. And you go to the entrance and you see what looks like a well-weathered stone. And you can see on that stone is an impression of a human hand that looks worn, like hands have been touching that space, perhaps for thousands of years. And you place your hand in that handprint. And as you do, you hear stone sliding and scraping as a stone door slides back into the temple and then left out the way. And you walk into this temple and you can hear a slight dripping of water, as if somehow over the years water has started to seep slightly through the temple. You can hear the water drops echoing. And you can hear your footsteps echoing. And you walk deeper and deeper into the temple. And in the middle of the temple, you see a sign. And you notice that it seems to mention that there are 20 steps down this spiral staircase in the middle of this temple. And that as you descend, you'll go deeper and deeper into the temple. And deeper inside yourself. You don't really understand what it means. And the sign says, count yourself down the steps. And that'll help you to transition deeper with greater comfort. And so you begin to descend those steps. And with each step you can hear it echoing, that echo passing down and then bouncing off the floor and back up again. And the echo in the chamber above you. As you step on 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, going deeper, 15, 14, 13, 12, you begin to feel a sense of heaviness and comfort through your body, as if descending increases your well-being and your connection with this place. 11, 10, 9, 8, going deeper and deeper, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. You take the last few steps carefully to make sure you don't miss any, to make sure you know when you step on the floor in this chamber. 3, 2, 1. As you step onto the floor of the chamber, and as you do, you notice a glowing in the distance, and you walk towards that glowing, and you see the most beautiful fluorescent lake. And above that fluorescent lake is a blue light spinning and spiraling around. And you put your hand into the water and notice as you do that the water seems to twinkle and make almost the sound of gentle bells as it tickles around your hands and your arms. And you lower your legs into the water, and you feel that that water is the most comfortable temperature. And you notice that it's not even waist deep. And so you walk through that water towards that light. And you see that that light is pulsing, that it spirals around and turns almost into a dense, real object before spiraling back around and fading away, and then spiraling around again. And you've already experienced teleporting with a light like that, so you wonder whether this is almost like a permanent teleportation, and you're curious where it goes. But you wonder whether this is a permanent teleportation that keeps turning on, teleporting one way, turning off, turning on, teleporting back, turning off, turning on, teleporting one way, turning off. And you walk into that light. And that light fades around you before building up around you again, almost seeming to be a physical structure around you. And then as it fades again, you find yourself in a room, in a grey building, and you can see in front of you that there are some people, and you walk away from the teleporter, and the people introduce themselves and say that they were waiting for you, that they have something for you, something you need to take back with you, and you wonder where you are. These are ordinary humans. And they show you out of this grey room, down a grey corridor, into another grey room, and you look out the window, and you can see the moon, and you notice that you're on the moon, and in the distance, in the sky, you can see the earth rising above the horizon of the moon. And just looking out the window seems to almost trick you into having a feeling of everything going silent, as if somehow you're aware that outside that window is total silence and peace, and you can see some people driving around on the moon's surface, seemingly doing different work. And you carry on walking with these people as they show you to a different part of this room. They show you to a chamber, and they open this chamber, and they hand you something unusual. They hand you what seems to be a sword with flames surrounding it, But as they handle it, so it doesn't seem to be burning their hands at all, and they tell you that it's perfectly fine. This flame has burned for thousands of years on this sword. This sword was found on the moon, and it needs to be returned to its rightful owner. And this flame is a cold flame, a comfortable flame. And so you take that sword, and they explain that you're in the future. And they explain how far in the future you are. And as you walk back towards that teleportation device, you pass different rooms and you just glance in, and you see cats, and you see rats, and you see dogs, and you see them all seeming to look at each other meaningfully while working, pressing different buttons, doing different jobs, and you realize that they all must be telepathically communicating. And so you find your way back with those humans as they explain that in their time, which is your future, they're able to interact with various races, various other creatures from across the galaxy, and that connection has occurred. And they show you back to that room, and they tell you that you'll know who to hand this sword to. And so you beam yourself back down to that temple. And when you appear in that temple, you walk back out of that light. And that light is behind you while you stand in that fluorescent, sparkling lake. And you're holding that flaming sword. And then you notice a hand rising out of the lake. And you reach down and place the sword in the hand that looks like it's trying to grasp at a sword. And you can't see where the rest of the person is, because you know that this lake, this underground, fluorescent, glowing lake, isn't even waist deep. And then, following that hand and the arm, the person rises out of that lake and begins to float up into the air, and they seem to give off a glowing light from their body as they hold that sword, as if that sword is powering them and giving them additional energy, almost recharging them. And so as they get recharged by that sword and glow more and more, you notice how friendly the face on this person is. And then they start talking, and as they start talking, it's almost like a few voices passing into your mind at once. The most comforting voices you've ever heard in your life, all being heard simultaneously, saying the same thing, as if they're almost singing these words to you. And they explain that there are specific alien, but they're also an alien that in the past humans have regarded as guardian angels, that they connect with one human per lifetime, where they'll watch over that human, and they can go off, they can explore the galaxy, that they're beings of light, beings of energy. And these beings of light and energy can travel at the speed of light, where to them there is no time. But when they hear the human in any one lifetime requiring their assistance, they come back. But many of them had been trapped in these temples and separated from their swords, and that people like you are needed to find the different temples, and only humans can access the temples to free them, that it was humans that took their swords and trapped them in the temples, and without the swords, gradually their energy dwindled as more distance from the sword was given. And that this alien is now your guardian angel. They're always going to be there watching over you, and that you'll see them in a glint of light. You'll be aware of their presence with a flash in the sky, with a sudden flash of light in a window, or an unexpected light glistening in your eye that lets you know that they're always there watching over you. They're always listening. They're always there to be supportive, to help guide you, to help give you confidence and a sense of courage and safety to explore the life you want. A life sharing compassion, and that humans in the future had found the sword, and all the various aliens together united to try to find out about that sword, and then found the history, found the temples containing writing. But some of these temples have been destroyed by the age of those future humans, with no chance of freeing the aliens, freeing these guardian angels. And so they're using people like you to be able to access these temples in the past, which are in your present, to allow you to receive a present in your present, and to allow you to connect and have guardian angels back protecting people again. And that people often grew up knowing there was something comforting watching over you, just over your shoulder. Something there to support you and help you when you needed it. And so this was the first of those guardian angels being freed. And after they've explained all this, they disappear in a flash of light, with their last message being that they're always there, they're still there for you whenever you need them. Whenever you need that additional courage, there'll be that comforting hand on your shoulder that lets you know that you can do it, that helps you remain calm and focused, and you find your way out of this temple. And once out of the temple, you head back through the forest. You head back to that space dog, and the two of you go back to the ship. And back at the ship, they take you back to where you came from. And you find yourself back in that savannah. You head to the cabin. You see the cat still lying there, resting and sleeping. And then the cat stirs and wakes up and comes over to you while you sit down processing the day. And you realize that cat is communicating with you in the most incredible voice, the kindest kitten voice, asking if you've done what you came here to do. And as soon as you say that you have, they say they don't need to be here now. And a blue light appears around them, and as it clears, you see that they've vanished. And you find your way back up that mountain, down the other side. And as you get down the other side of the mountain, you pass some goats climbing and running around on the edge of the steepest part of the mountain, wondering how they seem to be able to do that with such ease and grace, when you're being really tentative and careful. And you can hear those goats almost saying hello to you as you pass them by, before finding yourself beginning to awaken in that treehouse. And as you awaken in that treehouse, you realize that the sun has begun to arise, and that fog has cleared, and you leave the treehouse. You find your way back out of the woods, all the way to the beach beyond the woodland. And when you're on the beach, you stop, take a break for a while. And as you stop and take a break for a while, you can see hundreds and hundreds of baby turtles digging their way out of the sand, scurrying towards the ocean, dwarfed by the size of those waves. As you watch them pushing their way out to sea, and while you watch that, you catch a glint of light in your eye and feel this almost warm touch on your shoulder, and a word, thank you, just in a whisper, fading away in your mind's eye, just saying thank you, as you feel that touch lift from your shoulder, and you feel a deep sense of serenity and peace, just watching nature, just watching those turtles, that blue sea, hearing the sound of the waves on the shore, feeling the warmth of the sun overhead. And you continue to just watch those turtles for a little while longer. And you have yourself a drink while you rest here on the beach, still processing the experience. And then after a while, you continue walking along the seafront. You walk until you can see the boat you've got moored just slightly out into the sea. And you head out to your boat. And you head off on that boat and start making your journey from this place all the way back home. And you go on a long boat journey. And then when you arrive back on shore, you continue your journey home. And once home, having not stopped thinking about the experience and how much of it was real, still curious whether it was just a reverie or whether you really did go and meet a guardian angel. You gaze into a mirror, and as you gaze into that mirror, you begin to see a light form in the mirror. And the guardian angel appears in that mirror and lets you know it was all real. That light, energy, consciousness is all connected. And that you had to reduce your conscious involvement in the experience to allow yourself to travel beyond yourself, to have that experience, to take part in the experience. And now you're all connected and you've got this knowledge. And they're always here for you. And you head to bed. And you settle down in your own bed. And you feel so comfortable, so relaxed, and so glad to be sleeping back in your own bed. And you drift and float peacefully asleep, knowing you'll wake in the morning, feeling a deep sense of comfort, of alertness and peace. Just take a moment to close your eyes and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, so I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, you can comfortably drift asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sounds of my words or the spaces between my words. But as you drift asleep, so you can just listen along in the background. And you can have a sense of being at a friend's house. And you're playing with the friend's children. And you've helped them to build a fort out of pillows and blankets and chairs. And you've built 2 forts. You've helped them to build one, and then you've built one for yourself. And then you're using some scrunched up paper and trying to attack each other's forts by throwing the paper, seeing if you can manage to strike each other as you run from the fort, having to go and capture some coloured paper like flags and then run back to the fort. And the person that manages to run around and capture the most flags is the winner. And the flags are dotted around the house and the garden. And you rush around and sometimes sneak, playing this game with the children. And then after a while, when one of you has won, you take some time to rest. And you all rest back in your forts, relaxing down, noticing how the light is dimmer and just more comforting and relaxing inside the forts. And the forts are so soft, with cushions and blankets. You have battery-powered fairy lights hanging in the fort, and you turn those lights on. And as you gaze at the fairy lights, lying back, relaxing on the cushions and blankets, under the dim light in the fort, you just let your eyes close for a moment. And as your eyes close, so you begin to breathe in and breathe out, noticing the out-breaths being longer than the in-breaths as you relax comfortably. And while you begin to comfortably relax, so you notice the muscles around your face relaxing, your cheek muscles relaxing, the muscles around your eyes softening and relaxing, the muscles around the forehead, the temple, down the side of your face, all softening and relaxing. And with each out-breath, just noticing that relaxing, spreading down the neck, and down the arms, and down the back, relaxing and softening into the cushions and the blankets, noticing the sensations of the hands touching the blankets, the occasional slight cool breeze blowing from the garden into the house and into your fort, and just blowing gently against your face as you continue relaxing. And as that breathing deepens, so the stomach muscles relax and the legs relax. And you find your mind almost focusing on the word relax with each out-breath. As if somehow that's just resonating in your mind's eye. As you relax after being energetic, playing around, running around with those children. And while you drift comfortably relaxed, with that word in your mind, relax, relax on each out-breath. you find that that seems to be all your mind is focused on. While that breathing happens automatically and comfortably. And you find your mind beginning to drift and dream. And as your mind begins to drift and float comfortably into a sleep, so you have the strangest experience. That you're in the back of what's almost like a little caravan. You can hear the clippity-clop of horses' hooves, and you're aware that this caravan is being pulled along by some horses, and you can feel the gentle rocking and movement as that caravan is pulled along by those horses. The sound of the wheels going around, as if they're going around on a mud track. And you glance out of one of the windows of the caravan and surprised to see that the grass around you seems to be taller than you are. And you put your head almost totally to the window to get a good look up at that grass and to try and see the sky, to try and process what you can see. And as you do, you can see that there are trees towering overhead out of that grass, almost like skyscrapers arching way overhead. You can see bees, almost a third the size of your caravan, buzzing past, flying to dandelions, flying off to other flowers. And you can find this a curious experience. And so you look out the front and you see that it looks like there are horses at the front of the caravan. And you wonder why yourself, the caravan, these horses are so small. And then the horses turn and start to head into woods. And as they head into the woodland, so the sound of the wheels changes on the dirt. The sounds outside begin to change, sound a bit more muffled. You can hear the rustling of the leaves high overhead, sounds of birds in the trees. And you can feel every bump as those horses carefully navigate the roots of the trees that are cutting across the path. And you look out to see if there's anyone driving and realise that there's no one there. The horses just seem to know where they're going and what they're doing. And after a while, they turn off the path and they start to head up towards the trees, following one of the tree roots. And next to the tree root is what looks a bit like a rabbit hole. and the horse and cart travel in through that hole. And as that horse and cart heads into the hole, so candles on the outside of the cart spring to life. The flames just light up, illuminating and making the tunnel glow. And you can hear a slight echoey sound of the cart and of the horse's hooves. You can notice the way the candlelight dances on the walls of this tunnel. And after what seems like ages, you notice the tunnel opening up into a vast cavern. And then the horse and cart comes to a stop. And you leave the caravan. You walk outside that caravan to have a look around. You take one of the candles from the side of the cart. You move it around. You walk towards the edges of this cavern, walking towards the walls to get a good look at where you are. And you realize that you seem to be in the base of the tree, seem to be in the trunk of the tree. And you can hear high above you the slight reverberating sound as the wind blows on the outside of the tree. That wooden, almost instrument-like sound. And then you notice some green, sparkling, glowing lights high above you. And the candle can't illuminate that high. And so you just watch as those green, glowing lights spiral around and appear to be getting closer and closer. And then those spiraling lights start having a slight buzz to them. And then a fairy that's about the same size as you lands just in front of you. Those wings humming and pulsating, and then relaxing and spreading those wings out. And those wings catch the light of the flickering candle and sparkle in multiple colours. And the fairy begins to explain that today is a special day of the year, and that you've been brought here for a special occasion. And you're curious what that occasion is. And they explain that it's the summer solstice. And that when the time is right, the sun will be just at the right point in the sky, and a light will shine into this cavern, and will illuminate a certain point in the cavern. And that point, there'll be a doorway for you to pass through. And that you don't yet know what's through that door. But that you should trust this fairy. That they'll be with you, they'll guide you on a journey. And as you wait for that time of day, you can notice just the faintest hint of light beginning to shine into the tree. And you're still curious how you've ended up so tiny. And the fairy says that doesn't matter, that this moment is what's meant to be. And just as that sunlight lines up with the hole in the tree, so a beam of light bursts through, illuminating dust particles in the air, twinkling and sparkling, and illuminating a certain point on the trunk on the far side. And you head over to that illuminated area. You open the door, and the other side of the door, you see a slide. And the fairy tells you to jump, and so you jump onto that slide and spin around, following that slide down deeper and deeper under the tree. And once you're deeper under the tree, that slide smooths out and you gradually come to a halt. And you find yourself in the strangest cavern. You can hear the sound of dripping water, the sound of flowing water. And as you look around, you notice somehow there's light illuminating this cavern. And it's just a soft light, just a gentle glow. But it seems to be illuminating crystals throughout this cavern. And you notice the most beautiful blue river flowing, bubbling underground here. And you see what looks like a leaf. And the fairy says to climb onto that leaf. And you climb on that leaf, resting on that river. The fairy holds on to the stalk of the leaf. You hear the buzzing of the fairy's wings as the fairy guides that leaf boat along this river. And then you begin to hear the sound of faster running water. And you can see some slight rapids up ahead. And the fairy navigates you carefully down those rapids, jumping, twisting, steering through those rapids as you hold on in that leaf with a feeling almost like you're on a powerboat. And then those rapids calm down and that river widens into the most beautiful lake. And above this lake, it's illuminated by a glowing green circle of mushrooms with an intense green glow. And the fairy guides the boat over to the shore. And you can see a white mushroom with a pink crown and white spots. And the fairy tells you to go to that mushroom. And so you head over toward that mushroom. And as you get closer, so you notice that the mushroom appears to have a door in it. So you open the door, walk inside that mushroom, to find that all around the walls inside this mushroom are books. And there's multiple rows of books stretching all the way up the stalk. And you go over and begin to take a look at those books. And the fairy explains that this is a secret library. And this is the entrance way to that secret library. It's the library of the knowledge and wisdom of nature. That it contains profound knowledge. The knowledge that nature uses and understands the world by, that the fairies use, that gnomes use. And the fairy tells you that to understand the knowledge in this library, to see it how it truly is, they need to make you a drink. And so they slice off a piece of that mushroom. They chop that into smaller pieces. They boil up a little bit of the water from the lake. They fly up to the green mushroom that's glowing on the ceiling. They slap the green mushroom, creating a slight green mist. They gather some of that green mist, head back down to the boiling water, add that green mist into the water, and then that water begins to turn electric blue as the two mushrooms mix together. And then they put that electric blue drink to one side, and as it cools, so you notice a slight thick white mist seeming to form over the top of that electric blue drink, almost like a heavy mist that's gently frothing over the top of the cup and down the sides. And the fairy looks you square in the eyes and tells you you'll enjoy this drink and the experience you're about to have. Be prepared for the knowledge. and you blow the top of the drink, blowing that white mist away. You smell that sweetest of smells. And then you gulp that drink back in one. And the fairy says, "There's a chair over there. It's the most comfortable chair you'll ever sit in. Just take a moment to sit down in that chair while I count back from 10, and on the count of 1, you'll be one with the knowledge, a one with the library. You'll have access to all the knowledge here, and the knowledge this is connected to." And the fairy begins to count 10, 9, 8, and as they count, so your eyes begin to just feel heavier and heavier. Your shoulders, your body feels heavier and more relaxed. You find yourself drifting deeper and deeper into the experience, feeling so comfortable and compelled to want to go with the experience. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And on the count of 1, you feel a tingle through your body. You feel a sense of your eyes opening. And as they open, so you notice the movement, the vividness of the colours. You notice there seems to be connections between things. In ways that you can't understand or explain in words. That movement doesn't just seem to move you, but the world around you seems to move with you. You have this sense of being able to feel your connection with the fairy, with this library. As you gaze up, it's almost as if the roof of this mushroom has vanished, and that the roof of wherever you are has vanished. You gaze up, and you can just see a blanket of stars stretching in all directions. You see the most beautiful shooting stars, fizzing greens, blues, pure white shooting stars. And as you touch the side of the mushroom, so you begin to notice connections illuminating around you. You notice a white pulsing near your hand, a white pulsing on the mushroom, and that pulsing down through the base of the mushroom, and almost like watching lightning spread out from the mushroom. You see that there are many connections from this mushroom, and almost as if you have X-ray vision, you see mushrooms in other locations sparkle with that white electricity, almost as if you're seeing this network from the perspective of the mushroom. And you realize that this mushroom isn't just a single mushroom. It covers a vast area with tens of thousands of similar little library systems. and that this mushroom has connection with all the plant life. It communicates with all other life and seems to be the communication network, the network that keeps the forests alive, that keeps gardens alive, meadows alive. And the fairy, who now seems to have a glow around them, and whose wings seem to beat as if time itself is beating, explains to you that all the knowledge in all the books and in all of the libraries is being communicated directly into you here. Almost psychically being communicated. And you have this feeling, almost like a slight lightheadedness, as all of that knowledge becomes a part of who you are. And the fairy explains that it's important to be able to transfer this knowledge through species and transfer it through time. And so you've been chosen at this time of year, the only time of year the doorway is illuminated, to be able to take this knowledge and put it to good use, and to help to restore the balance in nature. And while you're accessing this knowledge, you begin to see how far the knowledge of the mushrooms spreads. You begin to see foxes roaming around, almost like shapes, almost like psychic projections somewhere outside of yourself, almost as if you're seeing the world like some vast pencil drawing where you can see through everything, but you can make everything out at the same time. And your brain is somehow processing all of this. You can see hummingbirds darting into flowers. You can see woodpeckers up in trees. You can see the distant leaping and splashing of a humpback whale. As you realize how far this mushroom spreads and communicates. And then after a while, the effects of that drink begin to fade. You begin to feel more relaxed. You relax back into that seat. And then after the effects have faded, so you open your eyes in this seat and find this mushroom has gone back to normal. And the fairy gives you a tiny jar and tells you there's a mix of the mushrooms in that jar. And that will give you a future sense of the world around you. That if you use that before bed, when you're back at your normal size, it'll be just like swallowing a pill, but it'll be able to keep you permanently connected with the world around you, almost having a deep sense of connection with nature, a sense of being a part of nature and helping to keep balance and harmony. And as a full-sized person, the effects won't be so extreme or intense, but you needed this extreme, intense experience so that you'll really appreciate the slightly more subtle experience you'll have taking that small dose when you're a full-sized person. And the fairy shows you out of this mushroom and takes you back to that leaf boat and powers that leaf boat up the rapids back to the calmer part of that river, along that river, back towards the way you came in. And you and the fairy leave this area. And then you find your way back to that horse and caravan, and climbing into the caravan, the horse instinctively begins its journey back the way it came. And on arrival back in the garden, you awaken in that fort, and you can hear the children playing in the background. You wonder how long you slept for. You think about the strange dream that you've just had. And then you notice that in the palm of your hand is a tiny little capsule. And it's see-through, and you can see the contents. And you realise what it is. And you realise that this experience was more than just a dream. And so you head outside to look out in the garden. And you can see the route that you took in that horse and cart. You can see the view that you could see from the caravan in the back of that horse and cart. You can even notice the small, what looks like hoof prints and wheel tracks heading down and off into the woodland. And you decide to follow that and see where it was that you went. And you find your way to the tree, and you can see the root into that tree. And you wonder whether this was all real. And that night, you settle down to sleep and dream. But just before you go to sleep, you take that pill, you eat that little container, and it's really small and easy to take. And then while you drift asleep, so you begin to feel that connection with the world around you forming. Only this time, the combination is a bit more subtle, but longer lasting. You can feel that connection forming through your mind, through your body. A sense of how to communicate with animals, how to almost intuitively understand the world around you. And you wake up the next morning, and as you go out for a walk, you walk down the street. You see a cat on a wall. You think about that cat walking towards you. And the cat seems to understand you and walks along the wall carefully, gracefully, perching on the wall near you, reaching its head out for you to stroke its head. And so you stroke that cat's head, stroke behind its ear, rub its back, its sides. It jumps down onto the ground, flops on its side, exposes its belly. You rub that cat's belly for a while. You can hear that cat purring. And you continue walking along the street. And when you get to the end of the road, you're going to cross the road and go into the park. You see someone else standing there to cross the road with their dog. And you gaze over at the dog. And in your mind you tell the dog to sit. And notice the dog sits. And you see the dog's tail wagging gently, and the way the dog glances over at you. And you swear you almost see a smile on the dog's face. Before that dog looks forward again. And when the road's clear, the owner and the dog cross the road, and you cross the road, and you head into the park. And in this morning you can see the way the low sun is illuminating the dew on the grass, on the cobwebs across the grass that are waving gently in the breeze. You have this sense of almost feeling this world around you. Something that's beyond words, a connection beyond words. And you can feel the way the sun is beating on your face, warming your cheeks, the slight cool breeze, the breath of that early morning air. And you walk through this park, curious how you're supposed to put this newfound knowledge, wisdom to good use. You find a tree, you relax down under the tree. You begin to think how you're supposed to put this to good use. And while you rest your back against the tree, you can hear the slight creaking of the tree swaying slightly in the breeze, the rustling of the leaves overhead. sounds of dogs running around, of owners throwing balls for dogs, the occasional sound of a jogger going past, the sounds of people cycling. And as you rest there with your eyes closed, so you hear the sound of a Tibetan bowl being struck by a mallet in your mind's eye. And it's almost as if the darkness in your mind shimmers and turns to light. And as the darkness turns to light, so you begin to have this sense of being in a temple high up in a mountain. And there's someone in this temple, and they walk over to you, and they sit down in front of you, and they tell you that they can guide you, they can help you to learn how to make use of this knowledge. They can help you to channel your connection with the world around you. They tell you they know that you've already tested out communicating with animals, and that you can do the same with people. You can communicate with people on more levels than people think. And they clap their hands together, and they rub their hands together, and they breathe deeply, and they reach out and place their hand just slightly above yours, and you have this sense at the back of your hand like somehow they're giving off warmth or a slight static electricity feeling. And very slowly they move the hand up your body, and you have that feeling move as their hand moves. Then they move their other hand to join it up the other side of your body. Then they have both their hands near your head. They move their hands around the top of your head, almost touching your head, and you feel a slight tingling, static electricity kind of feeling, a slight warmth, and a deep sense of relaxation as those hands move around your head, around the back of your neck, your shoulders, and then back to your head. And they tell you that you can do the same, that you can channel that energy through you, almost like channeling energy up through your feet, through your body, healing energy channeling all the way to your hands. And they tell you to open your eyes and look at them and copy them. And they clap their hands together again, and you do the same. And then they rub their hands together, and you do the same. And then they tell you to gaze between those hands. Just move your hands slightly apart and gaze between those hands. And just notice the energy between those hands. And have a sense of building up that ball of energy. And so you have that sense of building up, gathering up that ball of energy, almost like a universal energy being gathered up between your hands. And they tell you to breathe deeply and comfortably. and to then reach out, and you'll have a sensation of what it feels like to use intention to move that energy around and help to interact with the energy fields of others. And so you reach out and you place your hand just above theirs, and you can feel almost like your hands resting on a cool cushion of air just slightly above their hand. You can feel the tingling at your palm, at your fingertips, as you move that hand, and you close your eyes to feel even more intensely. Almost like you're feeling their electric field as you move that hand around their arm, up their shoulders. And they tell you that you're learning how to be able to channel that energy, and that you can hover your hands over areas that need support. And you can almost be like a conduit of cleaning out their energy, passing that through to the ground, almost like creating a circuit, and then passing energy back through you from the ground, from the earth, from the universe, then back into them. Just being like a conduit, not losing anything of yourself or doing anything yourself, other than just being present. And they have you practice this with them for a while. And they tell you can do this for yourself as well. You can rub your hands together. You can open your hands about 6 or 8 inches apart. You can gaze between those hands. You can notice that ball of energy there. And then you can work with that ball of energy. You can ask the healing to begin. And sometimes your eyes will stay open, other times they'll feel like closing. And that energy will do what it needs to do as the work is done. And then once that work is complete, that energy dissipates back into the earth, back to the universe, and you feel that release, like lifting a weight off your shoulders. And they teach you this, and they have you practice, and they say you can come back here any time you want. You can come back here when you sleep and dream. You can come back here when you daydream. All you have to do is stop, take some time for yourself, and you can come back here and learn more and practice more. And each time you practice, you can improve your ability to heal yourself and heal others. As something you do almost instinctively, and the more you practice, the more instinctive it becomes. In the same way that the more you practiced walking, the more instinctive it became. The more you practiced talking, the more instinctive it became. And then after you have this experience, and they feel that it's time for you to leave this temple, you find yourself back under that tree. You awaken under that tree. You notice the world around you seeming bright and vivid and so full of life. You can see planes flying high overhead. You can watch a graceful hot air balloon, the glowing flame, knowing up close there'd be a sound there, but from back here it's just a glowing flame in silence as it gracefully floats across the sky. You can notice birds flying in flocks and flying in formation. You can notice squirrels chasing each other round trees, dogs sniffing around, running around, butterflies and other insects going about their lives, almost hyper-attuned to noticing the little things in life that others overlook. As you walk your way home, and as you walk home, you stop off at that friend's house again. You pop in just to share the experience you'd had the day before with your friend and how profound that experience was. You notice that when you talk with passion, they seem deeply interested and curious. And your friend's children ask you to come out to the tree house, to have afternoon tea in the tree house. So you squeeze yourself into their tree house. You have some afternoon tea with the children before heading home. Almost having some lazy time to process your experiences, to take time for yourself. And that night, you sit out in the back garden, drinking a drink, gazing at the moon through your telescope, curious about when there'll be people on that moon able to gaze back at you through their telescopes. Feeling that sense of wonder when you look through the telescope, as if when you're looking through the eyepiece, the rest of the world fades away and you could just be floating in space with just that view through your eyes. And you watch the shooting stars, the twinkling stars in the sky, before heading in to go to bed. And you drift and float comfortably asleep, knowing that you're integrating this knowledge, this learning, and curious how all this newfound knowledge will be put to use, and wondering whether you'll ever see that fairy again, or whether you've seen the fairy and perhaps not recognized them, maybe in your garden, just thinking it's a butterfly or a firefly or some insect flying by, and curious whether they'll talk to you in your normal human form. Now you have this connection, and with these thoughts in mind, you drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper with the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. But as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And you find yourself walking through some woodland on a crisp winter's day. And you can hear the sound of the crisp grass crunching beneath your feet. You can hear the rustling of the leaves and the way bare branches knock and rub against themselves as the wind blows a breeze. And as you look around, you can see the different shades of brown of the trees, noticing the bare trees that you can see through to the sky, seeing through those branches, and then noticing the pine trees, still thick with tiny leaves. And as you walk, you can breathe in that fresh, clean air and really feel that air passing in through your nostrils, down your throat, and then breathing out, really feeling a sense of peace and calm while you're out walking through this woodland. And then off in the distance, in this woodland, you can hear the sound of a fox, and then hear it scurrying around, and the sound like a couple of foxes are perhaps playing. As you continue walking through the woodland, and you feel the coolness, the crispness of that air on your cheeks, while you're wrapped up so warm, so comfortably. And you walk out of that woodland, following this path round, towards a chateau that you're staying at. And as you walk towards that chateau, you can see the name of the chateau, Lalande, as you walk towards it. And you follow the sign, you follow the path, and you pass a wall and start walking up the drive. But as you're walking up the drive, something catches your attention. Just heading around the side of the chateau, you notice the most beautiful swan. And you see its wings outstretched, as if it's almost trying to fly and walk at the same time, as if it's trying to rush around that corner. And with intrigue, you follow that swan. You walk towards that corner. And as you walk around the corner, you see that swan heading across the garden and heading between some bushes. And you have this feeling almost like the swan seems to glow, seems to be such a pure white, that swan almost seems to glow. And you cross that garden, you cut between the bushes, and behind the bushes you notice a wall, and it's a high stone wall, and you run your fingers along that wall, feeling those cool stones under your fingertips as you walk along the wall, listening carefully for the sound of that swan, sure that that swan must be back here behind these bushes somewhere. And you can hear your own footsteps as you walk. You can hear the sound of your legs brushing past the bushes. You can hear the sound of the breeze. And then you hear this slight sound and realize the swan isn't far ahead. And so you very carefully and slowly continue to walk along the side of the wall. And then you hear a slight echoey sound in the air that you can hear blowing around. And you realize that in the wall seems to be an entrance, and that there doesn't seem to be anything the other side of the wall. It's almost like it's a cave, as if that area at least is much deeper than just a wall. And so you carefully walk into that cave, noticing the way the air changes as you enter. You get your phone out of your pocket. You turn on the torch, illuminating this space. You can hear the slight dripping of water coming from inside this cave. And you've been staying at this chateau for a while. You've been out for daily walks to the woods around the grounds of the chateau and back to the chateau. You've walked around the garden. You're even sure that you've walked behind this wall, and yet you've never noticed this cave. And you walk deeper and deeper into the cave. And as you walk deeper into the cave, so you begin to notice that you can hear that swan. You can hear that swan walking further ahead of you. And then you notice a slight blue glow coming from deep in this cave. And as you walk further and further into the cave, so you notice blue glowing mushrooms in little clumps along the walls, and some slightly stringy bits of mushrooms, glowing blue, hanging from the ceiling, with the occasional drop of water dripping off of them onto the ground. And on the ground you can see a very shallow stream of blue glowing water, and you follow that further and further into the cave, until eventually it opens out into a large cavern. And in this cavern is a large pool of blue glowing water, which is illuminating the cave with the most beautiful light blue glow. And on the edge of the water you can see that swan. You notice how pure white it is. You notice that its wings seem to almost sparkle as it enters the water and splashes some of that water over its back, ducks its head down into the water, flicks its head back, wiggles its tail as it passes that water across all of its feathers. And the more it does so, the more it seems to glisten and glow and sparkle, almost as if it's covered in diamonds. And then it bathes itself again, and this time it rises up out of the water, stretching its wings out, flapping with broad, slow flaps, lifting its chest way out of the water, stretching its neck, and then lowering itself back down again. And then it washes itself a third time, and this time when it stretches its wings out and flaps its wings, that glowing increases and increases, and the sparkling increases, and it begins to glow brighter and brighter, illuminating this cavern, until you have to look away because of the brightness. But as you go to look back, you're surprised to see that instead of being in a cavern, you seem to be standing by a small lake in the most beautiful land, where the green grass blows in the breeze and makes the sounds of wind chimes and tiny bells as that breeze blows across that grass. And you can see some animals grazing, and with each step they take through that grass, that sound of twinkling bells, the most beautiful, like thousands of bells just ringing and twinkling at once, like a soft hum in the background at their footsteps. And you walk towards that lake, and the swan is now just travelling across the lake, just swimming like any other swan would swim in a lake, just leisurely gliding across the lake. And you walk around the lake, and you can see around the other side of the lake, in that grass, is the most beautiful tree. And as you get closer to that tree, you realize that its leaves sparkle and glisten as the sun beams down on it, with dancing rainbow light all around the base of the tree, as the light captures the prism shapes of those crystal leaves that shimmer and shake and move in the breeze. And as you walk through that gentle bell-sounding grass, you realize this whole land seems to be a vast cacophony of music that seems to all work in harmony with the nature around here. That footsteps almost sound like gentle drum beats, with their rhythms beating out, and that as animals walk, so the sounds of their footsteps fall into sync, and that even when they start off walking in different rhythms, within a few steps they seem to fall into the same rhythm and the same beat. And the waves, the slight ripples on that lake, just add the most gentle, synth-sounding wave sound in the background that rises gently and falls gently, and rises gently and falls gently. And as the waves are moved by the wind, so the wind feeds the sounds of the trees, the crystal leaves jingling and chiming as that light dances on the ground. And the animals make their sounds seemingly in time with the music. And you find yourself almost lost in the music of this land, almost drifting into the most pleasant reverie in this land. And you walk all the way to that tree, and you relax yourself down on the ground by the tree, and you sit with your back against the bark, and you let your eyes gently close. And with your eyes closed, you can notice that dancing light over your face, over your eyelids, as the sun shines down on the tree. And you realize that almost contained within that light is the sound of the sun, where every colour that light is split into seems to be a separate note that plays in harmony with the other colours shining on your face. And you find yourself resting there, seeing that dancing light through your eyelids, just picking up on a sense of those colours. And as you pick up on those colours, just gently moving across your eyes, you have this feeling almost like the feeling of going down deeper and deeper in a lift. That feeling of drifting deeper inside your mind, deeper and deeper into a reverie. And you start having that feeling almost like you're walking down a path into a country garden. And as you walk down that path into that country garden, in this reverie, you can notice the way butterflies dance from flower to flower, the way bees dance from flower to flower, the different birds, seeing the most beautiful golden finch landing on a bird bath, and in quite an erratic fashion, jumping from point to point before ducking into the bath, flapping its wings, splashing about a bit, almost like a blur in the water, before flying and perching just outside that water again, as if to dry off just slightly in the sun, before continuing with the day. And you walk through this garden of the most beautiful flowers, the myriad of smells as you pass roses, as you pass other flowers, as you reach a yellow flower that just has the most incredible scent to it, before passing the lavender at the back of the garden and feeling that temptation to brush your hand along the lavender and having that lavender scent. And you realise that the way the lavender smells lets you know that it rained not that long ago here in this garden. And you walk through the garden. And you continue walking across countryside. You can see a tiny village off in the distance. And so you find your way gently off to that village, just ambling along, enjoying the environment, enjoying the walk through nature. You notice this same white pigeon just keeps on coming over, landing near you, seemingly almost walking along with you for a bit, pecking at bits on the ground before flying off. And then you're sure, a little while later, that it's the same pigeon that lands near you again, almost as if it's watching over you and just making sure that you're on the right track, on the way to that town. And as you get nearer the town, eventually you find a road, and it's little more than a track, but it's the most road-like thing that you've seen out here. And you can tell that it leads all the way to that town. So you follow that all the way to the town, and notice when you arrive at the town that it seems to be a quaint little town. A really old-fashioned town. And you can see a bookshop down one side. And so you walk down towards that bookshop, and outside the bookshop is a table of old books with their spines pointing upwards. And you run your fingers across those spines. You pick up a couple of those books. You look at the first few pages. You smell the books. You feel the pages. You hear what they sound like to turn before you head into the bookshop. And as you open the door to the bookshop, so it knocks a bell, makes that bell ring, and you're greeted with a strong wave of the scent of old books that instantly gives you a nostalgic feeling and a comforting, calming feeling. And you walk into that shop. And the corridors in this shop, the spaces between the books, are very narrow. There seems to be floor-to-ceiling books, at least double your height. And there's rows of books in the middle of the shop, books up all the walls. And even the desk may as well have been made of books, with books all up the front of the desk, books all round the side, books piled on the desk, some books piled in an erratic-looking style, as if someone had just been reading through those books and dumped them down to hurry to read even more. But everything looked so well looked after. And you followed the scent of the old books, as if somehow you're drawn deeper into the shop, to the part of the shop with the oldest books, and you head all the way to the back of the bookshop. And as you go deeper into the bookshop, so you notice how quiet and muffled the sound seems in here. And how you imagine that if you went to talk, you would probably talk with a whisper, as if somehow that would be what's expected of you, even though it's just a bookshop and there's no signs to say be quiet. And at the back of this bookshop, you find a spiral staircase. And it's a metal, really old-fashioned, ornate spiral staircase. And you carefully follow that spiral staircase down into the basement of this bookshop. And as you get down into the basement of the bookshop, so you see wall-to-wall books down here. But on the back wall, which is the front of the shop, but back from where you are, you can see a cabinet. And in that cabinet seems to be lots of books, but one almost prominently displayed, one on a slight stand facing forward towards you. A large book, leather bound, looking really old, with what looks almost like rivets in that book, and a metal design on the front of the book, as if a lot of care has been taken to make this book what it is. And as you get closer to it, you can see some colour in the cover, as well as that metal design. And notice how well it looks like it's been looked after. And you open the cabinet. You take that book out of the cabinet. And you sit down on the floor, placing that book on the floor in front of you. And you open that book and look at the first page, and the second page, and eventually you find a page with a date. And you see how old that book is. And you're surprised at how old that book is, and you wonder whether you'd be able to even read it at that age. That a book hundreds of years old must be written in a very old version of a language. But you find as you start reading that you can kind of grasp what that writing says. And you start reading that book, and as you do, you begin to have this sense that somehow it's teaching you something, that it's not just a novel, even though on first reading it seems to be fictional. There seems to be more to it than that. It seems to be talking about that swan, about this land between lands, this limbo land where everything consists of rhythms, of patterns, of the underlying waves of the universe, and that you can access that using a specific blue mushroom that can be found only in one cave in France. But that cave was lost to time. And that one cave and that blue mushroom allows you to see the waves of reality as if there's something tangible, turning something intangible into something you can experience, in the same way that your senses can take waves of light and turn them into what you see, can take the waves of sound and turn them into what you can hear. The mushrooms can allow you to enter a state where you synchronize your brain waves, to be able to perceive the wave reality that underlies reality. And your brain creates what that experience ends up like for you. And as you read through, you realize that what looks like a fictional novel on the surface, describes your experience. But you don't know whether this experience of reading this book is off the back of that wave reality, or just a dream, or if somehow you've exited that, because you know that this quaint little village, this small town, looks very much like somewhere you've not yet visited while you've been staying in this chateau. And so you suspect it could well be that place, but you don't know for sure. And after reading some of that book, you decide to take that book with you. You head back and you pay for that book, and you leave the shop with that book. And then you start finding your way back, all the way back out of the town, heading back to that garden. And then you find yourself awakening under that tree, before you find yourself walking away from the tree, back towards that lake. And as you walk around the lake, so that swan raises its wings again, and as it does so, and starts flapping its wings, it seems to emanate brightness, like a bright white light, that's so bright you have to close your eyes to that brightness. And as you open your eyes again, as the light fades, you find yourself back in that cave. And the swan is just going about its business in that lake, in the cave, in that chamber there, as you find your way out and back to the garden. And as you head back to the garden, you realise you don't have that book with you. And you wonder whether that was all just part of that experience, and that perhaps that book doesn't really exist. As you walk out of the cave, you cross the garden, you head into the chateau, and in the chateau, you head to your room, and you settle down in your room, lying on a bed, pondering the experience you've had. And that night, over dinner, you tell the others in the chateau about your experience, about this strange experience that you'd had, and they tell you about the myths and legends of this place, things that people used to say existed. And you go out walking at night in the chateau grounds, and it's a cold and crisp night. You can see the blanket of stars overhead, the moonlight illuminating the environment with the most beautiful silver glow. As you think about the experience that you've had, and while you walk around the garden, you head back near that cave, and you see the cave is definitely there. That it's very hidden, but it is definitely there. And you walk in the cave, and everything's as you remember it from earlier on in the day. So you know that that is real here. And you walk around that garden, and then you notice that there's a tree house in one of the large trees in this garden. And you decide to climb up into that tree house. You wrap yourself in lots of the blankets that are in that tree house. You light a candle that's in a holder in the tree house, just having that one gently glowing light in the treehouse, while you look out of the treehouse up at the sky, out across the garden, hearing the nighttime sounds of nature. And as you rest there, looking out over the garden, you begin to ponder reality, wondering how much of the experience that you had relates to the reality you see, and how much was perhaps just a reverie or something that happened in that cave. And you start trying to make sense of what happened in that cave. You know you definitely went into the cave, but you find everything beyond that difficult to comprehend, and you have nothing to show for it other than your memories. And as you rest up in that treehouse, so you feel a deep sense of peace and calm. And then after a little while, as that candle's beginning to burn out, you put the candle out, you head back inside, you go to bed for the night, knowing that the next day you're going to see if you can find that quaint little village, that little town a little way from this chateau. And the next morning, after breakfast, you leave the chateau and you find your way in the direction that you felt you walked the day before. And you realise that it does look like the town off in the distance. And as you get closer, it looks subtly different, but it still looks like the town. And you walk into that town, and there's a few more people here than you saw the day before. And everything looks like this is a slightly different version of reality, but it still seems familiar. And you can see that bookshop at the end of one of the streets. And you walk to that bookshop, and you touch the books outside the shop just as you did in your reverie the day before. You open the door to the bookshop, you hear that bell, you smell the old books, you walk into the bookshop, you walk to the back of the bookshop, descend that spiral staircase, and in a cabinet you can see on the far wall, you notice that book is sitting right there. And you head over to the cabinet. You open the cabinet, noticing the slightly creaking hinges as the cabinet door opens. You take that book out of the cabinet, and you can feel the weight of that book in your hands. You close the cabinet door. You sit on the floor and begin to look through that book. And you realise it is the same book. And you read through a bit further than before. And as you go through, you discover that somehow this book is part of a connection between these different realms. And that you'd come here and access this book while you're in that other realm, between realms. And so you take that book, you go and buy that book, leave the shop, and as you walk back to the chateau, you notice that there are dark rain clouds beginning to move in. And back at the chateau, you head back into the treehouse. You wrap yourself in the blankets and you sit in that treehouse. And you start reading that book. And you try and match the book with your experiences. And as you do, you hear those first large drops of rain on the windows of the treehouse, shortly followed by heavier rain And as you listen to that rain, almost enveloping you, all around you, hearing the sound of it on the wood roof of the treehouse, hearing the sound of it on the windows around you of the treehouse, and the sound of that rain on all the grass outside, and the sound of that rain hitting the trees. You allow that to deepen your experience of relaxation, helping you to focus more on engaging with that book, almost like somehow being able to drift deeper and deeper into the experience in this way, being able to be more relaxed, seems to get you into a certain mindset, almost like a certain brainwave pattern that helps you to understand that book better, as if somehow you're suddenly reading that book across two planes of existence at once, as if somehow the rain begins to take on the sound of music. And then as you continue reading, and you approach the end of the book, you notice that the rain begins to die down, and you can see the rain going off into the distance and the sun shining. And you notice the most vivid rainbow forming against the backdrop of those dark clouds. As that rain moves away, and as you notice that, so you read in the book that to see the beauty of a rainbow, you have to face away from the light and towards the darkness. And you wonder why that sentence is one of the last sentences in the book, just at the point when that's your experience. And you realize there's deeper meaning to that sentence than just what you're seeing. That somehow that resonates deep within your heart, within your soul, within you as a being. And as that resonates, so you reach the end of the book, and there's the last few drops of fine rain just settling on the grass as those clouds continue moving off, as the rainbow fades away, and the sun illuminates the ground. And although it's generally a cooler day, that sunlight shining on the grass begins to make the most beautiful sunny day, with this perfect mist rising from the grass, flowing out around the trees, and gradually rising back to the sky, as if the water is going home, as if the water has gone on a trip to the ground and is now leaving that ground to travel away again, to continue its own journey. And you notice there's a certain silence, followed by the beginning of the sounds of birds that you couldn't hear moments earlier. And you listen and relax to those sounds of the birds as you descend from the treehouse. You head back into the chateau. And as you walk into the chateau, so you walk into an airy, stony part of the chateau, hearing your footsteps reverberate as you carry that book through the chateau. And then you hear someone walking down the corridor to you, and they greet you and say they hope that you've had a wonderful stay. And you say to this lady that stood there that it's been a really interesting and intriguing experience. You'll definitely be visiting again. And you'll recommend others visit here too. And she's glad that you enjoyed your stay. And you head back to the room for your one last night here. And you put that book on the bed. You prepare yourself for dinner. You enjoy dinner with the others here at the chateau. You regale them with your tales of your experience. And you find strangely that they don't seem to consider your experience particularly odd. They just accept it as one of the unusual things that happen when you stay somewhere like this. And after the most beautiful evening with the others here, you head back to the room and you settle down for your final night's sleep, and thinking about the contents of that book and how much learning you're going to do reading that book, processing the information and absorbing yourself in reveries around that book, and revisiting this chateau again to go and find that cave and explore the cave and see what you can discover and learn, and whether you can find alternative ways of connecting with the true nature of reality, or whether you're going to have to use those mushrooms. And you realise that it must have been because of you walking through the water that had been dripping through the mushrooms hanging from the ceiling, that perhaps there's a slight mist in the air in the cave of that water, and that might be how you ingested some of the mushroom to allow the experience to occur. But you know that you'll explore all that ready for your next trip here in the future, that you've already got a lot to process and work out. And as you think about all this, you begin to drift and float so peacefully and comfortably asleep, knowing you'll be full of energy in the morning, eager to get up, crack on with your day, looking forward to what you'll be choosing to do during that day, looking forward to enjoying your day, finding the moments of pleasure in the day. And as you think about those things, you rest down in that bed, feeling so comfortable, so calm, so relaxed, as you drift and float peacefully asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background, and I don't know whether you'll drift deeper to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you continue to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell a story about you finding yourself walking through a dense forest, and you can hear the sound of birds in the forest, and you can be surprised at how loud this forest is. You can hear the sounds of monkeys running and swinging and jumping through the trees, and the occasional rustling sounds coming from the forest floor. And you continue to push on through this dense forest, having to hack your way through, hacking through vines, scrambling over roots of trees, and really pushing through this dense forest. Being aware of how short a distance you're travelling over the time that it's taking you. And every now and then, you have to stop and take a brief break. And to truly take the most comfortable break, you need to find somewhere to sit down or lie down comfortably. And so, in your backpack, you have a canvas tent that ties between a few trees off the ground. And it's over 2 layers, and the top layer you can tie between those trees, giving yourself a sheltered platform that you can climb up onto, that you can rest on. And you can even put some nets around that tent so that the slight breeze that occasionally happens can pass through the tent, but it keeps any insects out and gives you an opportunity to just catch your breath, relax, and maybe even take a brief nap. And it's really easy to be able to take that tent down and roll it up because it's just material, and place it back in the backpack, and then continue your journey. And it only takes a short time each time you stop to set up that tent. And you can't tell clearly what time of day it is, as so little sunlight manages to get down through that dense canopy above, that all you can tell is that it's either daytime or it's night time. You can't really tell anything with any more subtlety than that. And after hours of pushing through this dense forest, you start to hear the sounds around you change. You hear sounds of some animals settling down for the night, and different sounds of other animals starting up, with certain insects starting up that you hadn't heard before, and other sounds around you. And so you set up your tent again, this time to spend the night off of the ground, resting in your tent. And you have yourself something to eat in your tent. And you hang a light in the center of your tent as it gets darker and darker so quickly. And under the comfortable glow of that light, you lie down on your belly, elbows propping up your head and shoulders, with that light shining just over your shoulder and onto a book. And you read that book. and allow yourself to be drawn into that book. And after reading for a little while, you turn the light off and you begin to settle down to sleep for the night. And at first, you're still surprised at how loud the forest is, how much noise is here even at night time. And surprisingly to you, you find that you start to almost get used to the sound, almost as if it fades away, and you know that the sound is still there, but your brain treats it almost as if it's fading away, as if you're not really noticing it or attending to it anymore. And this allows you, as those distractions now just float past, almost like floating on a river as the water floats past. You comfortably and relaxed drift and float asleep. And you drift and float into the most peaceful, most pleasant sleep, where you sleep all night long, awaking in the morning, feeling so deeply refreshed and revitalized, so full of energy and ready to carry on with the day. And you have yourself something to eat again. You sort yourself out for the morning, pack away your tent, and you continue your journey through this forest, continuing to hack and slash your way through the forest, until eventually you notice that the trees are becoming easier to push through. They're spreading out a little more, and you have this sense that you're probably approaching a clearing somewhere up ahead. And you can't yet see the clearing, but you have this sense that you're approaching a clearing by the way the foliage is reducing in density. And then after some further hacking and slashing through this forest, you eventually come out in a small clearing. And what you discover is a large pyramid overrun with vines, with some trees poking out of that pyramid, their roots deeply entrenched in the sides of the pyramid, having found the slightest cracks in the pyramid, and over the centuries began to reclaim this area, not letting even a large pyramid like this stand in the way of reclaiming the forest. And you can barely see the stonework underneath all that foliage wrapped around and piercing into that pyramid. And you find your way around the pyramid. And the other side has an entrance. And the entrance is partially collapsed and caved in. And you poke a torch in and you peer in as best as you can. And you can see that the tunnel the other side of the cave-in appears to be perfectly fine. So you place your backpack down and you start cutting away at the vines, cutting away at roots that are over the stones and through the stones that are blocking the entrance. And then you start removing those stones one by one, carefully lifting each stone from the top, moving it away, placing it on the ground, And all of this is heavy, hard work. But with that hard work, you remove the stones. And so you continue to move those stones out from the pyramid one by one, placing them on the ground until you've cleared enough space to be able to comfortably make it into the entrance of the pyramid. And you pick up your backpack. You climb over those last few stones, slide yourself down into the entrance of the pyramid, turn on your torch to illuminate this tunnel. And the first thing you notice is that it seems just a comfortable amount cooler inside this pyramid than it was outside. Outside the pyramid was stiflingly hot, whereas here the temperature is more comfortable. And there seems to be a slight breeze, not just because of the entrance being uncovered, but because of the shape of the pyramid, that the air is flowing in through that entrance. And the hot air is rising up the inside of the pyramid. And there's a slight hole in the roof of the pyramid that air is escaping from. And cool air is entering and flowing down to the lower part of the pyramid. And the cool air isn't cold, but it just makes this pyramid more comfortable on the inside. And you illuminate this corridor, and you can see what looks like a stone door off to one side at the back of this corridor. So you head to that stone door. You can see what looks like symbols all over that door. You run your fingertips over those symbols, feeling the texture of the way they've been carved into the stone, and seeing how well preserved they still look. And then you see what looks like a stone switch on the floor. And you push down on that stone switch with your foot, and a grinding, sliding sound occurs as that stone slab slides back and then slides sideways out of the way. And the whole pyramid seems to vibrate slightly as that stone slides. Some dust falls and fills the air. And then the door stops sliding, and the pyramid goes silent. And you stand there for a few moments, allowing the dust to settle again. And you can see with your torchlight the dust particles in the air. And over the space of a few minutes, you can see how they're beginning to calm and settle. And you walk into this chamber, and you see some steps. You follow those steps down, deeper into the pyramid. You can hear each footstep echoing as you descend those steps. And those steps lead down to a tunnel that seems very tall but comparatively narrow. that the tunnel is as wide as the steps, and the steps were wide enough. But it looks even more narrow than it is, because of how tall this tunnel is. And you try to shine the torch up to the top, but you can't really make out the ceiling in this tunnel. And you can see that this tunnel seems to be very long. And you can barely hear any other sounds now. Everything seems so still, so quiet. And you follow this tunnel. And at the end of the tunnel is another door. Only this door seems to be made of metal. And you're unsure what metal it's made of, but it's got a fresh bronze kind of colour to it. And you carefully push that door open and find yourself in a highly reflective room, noticing the way your torchlight just bounces around the walls as if this entire room is full of mirrors. And as you turn around, you can see the way the torchlight bounces, changes directions. And every now and then, while you're turning around, waving the torch around, checking out this room, you hear a slight click. And you realize that somehow there's a combination of bouncing this light around the room that makes it reflect to just the right place, that it seems to trigger something. As you try to very carefully and slowly move the torchlight around the room, watching the way it bounces off the different mirrors, until you hear that slight click. And when you hear that click, this time you hold your torch in place. And while holding the torch in place, you start to hear a rumble. And as you hear that rumble, so this chamber begins to fill with light. And you see that the walls of this chamber, the stone, seems to be lowering down into the ground. And everything other than the doorway and the tunnel you followed to get in here has lowered down. And the mirrored plates seem to be like glass that you can now see through. And as you look through, so you find the most incredible sight. You turn the torch off, now that it's like daylight shining into this area. And you go over to those windows, and through those windows you see the most incredible and unusual land. You can see the tallest, unusual grass that you've never seen before. And down in a valley, you can see a herd of giant dinosaurs with long necks. And you're surprised that they're not grey as you had imagined that they would be. They're more a mottled brown colour. And yet, as you would expect, they were moving slowly. They were moving their necks slowly. And they were feeding in a very unusual pattern. They weren't reaching up to eat things high up. They were moving to a location, and then they would move their necks as far as it seemed to go to the left. And they would start eating just over body height, off to the left, and then they would eat slightly further along, almost like gnawing off rows of corn when eating corn on the cob. They would work their way along until their head is facing as far as it can move to the right. And then they would take another step forward. And they would do the same again. They would eat the way along from one side, along to the other, before taking another step forward. And just very slowly and methodically, they're eating large areas of the vegetation around them. And you'd imagined that they would have been eating perhaps more like giraffe, reaching up and eating out of tall trees. But instead, they're eating in this unusual fashion. And as you look around at what else you can see out of this chamber, you notice a herd of triceratops. And again, they're not the grey colour that you'd imagined. They were kind of a few shades of orange, with a slight mottled texture. And you wondered whether that helped, perhaps to camouflage them in certain wavelengths that perhaps predators could see, so that they would blend in with their surroundings. Because against the green that you could see, they looked like they really stood out, with those orangey shades on them. And you watched as they seemed to just be eating the grass and low-lying vegetation. And you wanted to find a way out of this chamber, so you felt your way around the walls, seeing if there was any switches or anything that could help you to get out of this chamber. And then you found that right in the middle of the chamber seemed to be a hole with what looked almost like a manhole cover. And you carefully lifted that and saw a ladder, and you climbed down that ladder, finding yourself in a tunnel. You walked along that narrow tunnel, and it wasn't a very long walk before you came to a wall and another ladder. You ascended that ladder, remove what's a bit like a manhole cover over the top of this ladder, and you find yourself now outside of that chamber, out here in this land with all of these dinosaurs. And way off, somewhere in the distance, you hear this rumbling, throaty roar. And you can't quite pinpoint where that roar comes from. But you're sure that if that roar gets any closer, it'll definitely be something to avoid. And you look at what this chamber looks like from the outside, and you can see that you can see through all of those glass walls. You can see in the ground the slabs that slid down. And you can see that they're all incredibly thick stone slabs. And you can imagine that they're probably incredibly good at protecting that chamber from whatever is out here. And you're aware as you look around that if there is anything dangerous out here, this has been designed specifically so that only someone as small as a person could fit down that manhole cover, close it behind them, could fit through that tunnel, climb the ladder at the other end, and be safely inside that chamber. And you don't know if the glass is able to withstand whatever's out here, but the stone definitely looks like it could. And you're curious how you can make that stone rise up again if you need to. So you know that shortly you work at making sure you know how that can happen before you explore. And you can see the way the tunnel that led down to this chamber seems to go back a little way from the chamber, and then it disappears into a haze, as if somewhere halfway down that tunnel reality shifted, and you don't know if it's a shift in reality from a dimension to a dimension, or maybe a time shift back into the past. But the tunnel definitely seems to end halfway. And you can't walk in to the bit of tunnel that is there. The haze seems to block off that bit of tunnel, and it seems impossible to push through that haze. You pick up a branch that's lying on the ground, and you try and poke it towards the haze into what should be the inside of the tunnel, but find that it's like poking a stick at a solid wall. And you head back into that chamber, and with it nice and illuminated from the outside, you look around and you try and work out what it was that you triggered with your light. And as you look around, you realize that there seems to be some kind of sensor at an odd angle that can't be seen directly, that can only be reached by reflecting the light from the window up at that sensor, so it can detect the light coming from the window. But you wouldn't be able to hit it with a beam of light just shining that light at the roof or at the ceiling of this chamber. And you wonder whether, because it happens to be a sensor that seems to be light sensitive, do the walls naturally just rise up when it gets dark? Because they should only lower down when light strikes that sensor. And you take a look, thinking there's got to be a way of covering that sensor during the day if you needed to close up those walls. And you can't see any easy way of doing that. And so you just hope that there's no reason to do that. And you head back out through that tunnel and go and explore. You walk over to those triceratops, and you walk as slowly and carefully as you can. And as you walk closer, you see one of them stop chewing and seem to be looking in your direction, as if it's trying to work out whether you're a threat or not. And so you stop moving for a moment. And then after a moment, it continues chewing. And so you walk a bit closer until you're very close to it and you can reach out and gently touch the neck of that Triceratops. You can feel the warmth given off by that dinosaur. You can feel its heart beating. You can feel its body moving with each in-breath and each out-breath. You can feel the movement as it swallows some food. And you can be surprised at how smooth it feels compared to how you perhaps thought it would feel. And you then carefully walk away from the Triceratops. And you head into some slightly thicker foliage. And as you walk through this foliage, you see the most unusual sight. It appears to be giant caterpillars on these really large, flat leaves. And the caterpillar is eating its way around from the outside of the leaf and carefully working its way in towards the centre of a leaf, with the different caterpillars seeming to do the same, with some of them closer to the centre than others. And they seem to all eat with the same pattern. And then you notice that there's a couple of chrysalis seeming to hang from the underside of some of these really large leaves. They seem to be almost woven into the underside of the leaf to hold them in place. And you're curious whether these are also the caterpillars and what they'll become. Curious whether they'll become butterflies or moths or something entirely different. And as you're watching one of these chrysalis, you notice a bit of movement. Then you notice it beginning to break open. And as it breaks open, you can see that what is breaking through seems to have fluffy feathers that look so incredibly soft. And they're slightly damp as they're breaking out of this chrysalis. And you watch for what ends up turning into hours as they very, very slowly are pushing out and pushing out of that chrysalis. And then, almost with a thud, an animal drops to the ground from the chrysalis. You kind of imagined that maybe it would be like a butterfly that would hang on as it pulls the last of itself out before puffing up its wings, ready for its first flight. But instead, it's a creature that seems to flop to the ground and you try to have a good look at what that creature is, trying to make it out. And you realise that it seems to be like a really fluffy chicken-like creature, except its legs look a little bit more dinosaur-like, and its head looks a little bit more lizard-like, and it doesn't seem to have wings for flying. Instead, it seems to just have this incredibly fine, fluffy feathers covering its whole body. And you see it trying to stand up, and it falls over and tips over. And it tries to stand up again, and it falls forward and tips over again. Then it falls onto one knee, then the other. But after a while, it eventually manages to stand up and stay upright. And it makes a very slight, very friendly sounding squeak as it tilts its head slightly and looks over at you and tentatively begins to walk towards you. And when it gets to you, it seems to rest its head gently on your leg, making a slight friendly squeak sound. Then you stand up and you walk back from it a little way, and it comes over to you and follows you and rests its head back on your leg again and tucks itself in against your leg, and then tucks just behind your legs, poking its head around your legs and looking up at you. And you try and walk away again, and it does the same again. It comes over to you and seems to tuck itself around you and rest itself against you. And so you reach down, trying to work out what this little thing wants. And as you reach down, it comes over to you. It jumps up onto your legs, almost as if to sit in your arms. And it seems so friendly. And you're sure that you see it smiling, even though it's got a face of a lizard. You see the way its eyes seem to blink with two eyelids. And you stroke its neck and its back. And you can almost feel a slight purr coming from it, where it seems to be vibrating its throat. And it rests its head against your chest as it allows itself to be stroked and looked after. And it seems to have created a bond with you. But you know that you can't obviously take this with you. You don't even know how it ends up, whether it turns into an enormous dinosaur, or whether it doesn't get any larger than this. You don't know if it started out as a caterpillar or something else. All you know is it seemed to fall out of a chrysalis on the underside of a leaf. But for now, you keep it with you and you carry it while you carry on exploring. And as you explore, and the sun continues to rise in the sky, and you can feel the warmth of that sun on your face, you still occasionally hear that distant, low, rumbling roar. And you're just comfortable with the fact that that's way off somewhere in the distance. And then you notice some dinosaurs that almost look like giant ostrich with lizard-like heads. And you think they look a lot like this little one that you've got in your hand. And you place it down on the ground, and you can see that they seem to be moving in giant herds. And among those really large, giant, ostrich-like dinosaurs are some really small ones that suddenly follow along, almost seeming to be shepherded by a couple of the older, larger ones to keep them all together. And you notice the way that it seems that those large ones are at the front, the sides, at the back, and they try and herd the small ones to an area near the back, but surrounded by the larger ones. And that there seems to be very specific ostrich-like dinosaurs who take on that role of keeping an eye on herding the young ones. And so it looks like a young one among those young ones is probably going to be in the right place. So you try and encourage this young one to go over to the others. And at first it keeps looking back at you, not wanting to go. And so you try and get closer and closer, thinking if it can realize that these are like it, it'll hopefully join in. And eventually it starts to hear the squeaking sound of the others and the deeper sound of the adults. And something about the sound resonates with this little young dinosaur. And almost automatically it then falls into line and runs into its place, into the safety of the herd of the other young ones. And you watch them for a while, and you see occasionally that young one still looks over in your direction, but knows that this is where it belongs. And they head down through the valley, and you watch until they're almost out of sight, before you continue to explore. And you decide that those large dinosaurs look so large that it would be too dangerous to get too close to them, that although they probably wouldn't hurt you on purpose, they're so big that you'd be just something insignificant next to them, that their legs are like giant tree trunks, and their heads and tails stretch for many meters in front and behind them, and that they sway their heads side to side, and their tails swing side to side, almost like a counterbalance. And so it would be very easy to accidentally get knocked by the head or the tail. But you are curious what's over among the trees here. But at the same time, you know that's where the deepest roar has been coming from. And so you don't necessarily want to go and explore those trees. But then you can hear that roar getting closer and closer. You can hear this thudding sound of giant footsteps and the breaking, cracking sound of wood of those trees. And you start backing up towards the chamber, You head down the tunnel, pop up into the chamber, and then out of the wood line, with head as high as the trees. You see a large T-Rex-like dinosaur, obviously a large hunting, carnivorous dinosaur, stomping out of those trees, sniffing around, moving its head left and right, seemingly trying to find a scent, and stomping forwards some more, moving its head left and right again, and then following a scent as it continues. And it starts getting closer and closer to this chamber. And you can see it just the other side of the glass. You can see its breath on the glass. But it doesn't seem to be able to see or detect you. And something about the experience just makes you remain very quiet and just observing. And then you see it walk around that chamber. And it gets around to the side of the chamber where the tunnel into the chamber is. And you see it scratching on that stone. And you notice that the front end of one of its claws catches in the stone and breaks. And the dinosaur doesn't seem fazed. It then just turns away from that stone and continues walking down the valley. And you can feel the vibrations of each step as it walks away, and feel the way the vibrations reduce the further it gets from the chamber. And you notice it heading down towards some of the other dinosaurs. And you watch as they seem to stand their ground and appear intimidating as a herd. And for now it seems to think it's not worth the risk to take any of them on. And you watch as it disappears down into the valley, out of sight. Then you head back out of the chamber. And you notice the sun is beginning to set. You can see the moon appearing in the sky. You get that claw out of the stone. You head back into the chamber again. And as the sun sets, just before it's fully set, when the sky is still the most beautiful red, you hear the sound of sliding stone. And you notice that the walls are rising back up again. And those walls rise back into position. And as you shine your light around the inside of this chamber, you can now just see your own reflection again, where the walls now just look like mirrors again. And you wonder what's going on outside the chamber at night. What makes whoever created this feel that this kind of protection was needed at night time and not necessarily during the day? And while you wait in that chamber, you wonder whether to go outside and explore. But before you've finished wondering, you hear this massive thud and whack, and the chamber starts vibrating and shaking. And it almost feels like you're inside a piñata with someone trying to get to the candy, and you don't know what's going on outside the chamber. But whatever it is, it seems like it's something very large and probably not very safe. And you've got more than it was that you came here for. You came just to explore the history of an ancient civilization that apparently once lived in this forest, that had cleared a large area of forest to create a large and successful civilization that suddenly disappeared with no explanation. And there were rumours and myths about why they disappeared. And you now wonder whether whatever it is that's out there might have been behind the disappearance of this civilization. You don't know how whatever's out there would have got through from out there to in the chamber, and then out to the real world, out to your world. But it would fit the descriptions of the myths about the wrath of a god bringing a giant beast down on the civilization. And you find your way back out of that chamber, closing the door behind you, following that corridor, finding your way back into the main part of the pyramid. You leave that pyramid and you set up camp to spend a night before heading back through that forest. And while you're in your camp, resting up in a tree, you examine that claw. You wonder whether it's something that you could sell, that most people would have fossils. And you wonder whether people might not believe you about this being a genuine claw, because it should be fossilized. But you know you can just say that you found it somewhere, perhaps make it a bit dirty, and then plead ignorant, and let someone else try to think of a different reason about how it managed to survive all this time. You're sure that it'll lead to stories in journals about DNA being extracted and other discoveries being made. And you might end up being paid well just for this one find. And it isn't something you came here looking for. And as you rest there, you hear the distant sound of a storm. And every now and then you wonder whether that rumble of thunder off in the distance could be the sound of whatever that animal is. Maybe one survived until today, and you know that's just your mind playing tricks on you, making you wonder something because you'd heard it and experienced it, as if it could be real now, with no real evidence that that could be the case. But after a short period of time, the distant rumbling of thunder begins to help you to drift and float comfortably asleep. And while you drift and float asleep, you imagine the sight of the fleeting sprites dancing above the clouds and the other phenomena. You have this sense of imagining a ball of lightning falling from the clouds, curious whether it's just somehow some twisted magnetic field mixed with electricity that it's following slowly and gently towards the earth. You're curious about what goes on in a storm. And it just helps you to drift and float comfortably asleep. And then you notice the sound of rain on the canopy overhead, with some of that rain dripping on the top of the tent. And all this just helped you drift even deeper and more comfortably asleep. You're aware that this amount of rain is going to help to clear the air and make everything smell so fresh the next day. And the next day you awake and you hack your way through out of this forest. And it takes you the whole day to hack through and get out of the forest. And after leaving the forest, you board a boat which takes you down a river all the way to the shoreline. And at the shore, you change into a bigger boat. You spend a few days travelling on that boat, enjoying the sea view, some days watching as dolphins come alongside the boat and play around the boat. Other days seeing whales breaching, splashing in the sea, and just enjoying your journey all the way home. And once home, you head to a special antique shop where you know that the owner buys unusual items, and you show off that claw. And they want to know whether it's genuine and where it came from. And they don't at first believe that it's genuine because it looks too fresh to be millions and millions of years old. But as you talk to them about this claw, the strangest customer walks in. They've got a long, flowing, purple coat that seems to shimmer and sparkle as they move, that spreads out when they turn and folds in when they stand still. And they turn and they look at you. And they start to breathe the same as you. And something about their gaze fixates your gaze. And then you notice your eyes blinking and your eyes shutting. And when you open your eyes, you find that you no longer have that claw. And the worker in this antique shop carries on the conversation as if nothing at all has happened. And you ask who that person was who just came in here. And they say that no one's been in here. You've just been holding a conversation with each other. And you find that in your hand is an envelope. And you open the envelope. You take out the letter in the envelope. You unfold that letter. And it just says, you haven't seen anything. You don't know anything. And it seems to be headed by an organisation you've never heard of before. And the worker in this shop asks you what it was you came in here for, that you haven't said yet. And you say you can't remember. And you try and think what it was you came into this shop for. And you check your pockets to try and remind yourself. And you can't even remember that you came in here with that claw. You seem to have forgotten the claw. And then you realise that you can't even remember what you've been up to the last few days, as you try and think back over why you came to this shop and where you were before coming to the shop. You are sure you must have been at home, but you don't remember anything else. And you apologise to the antique dealer. You leave the shop. And the whole journey home, you're wondering what it is that you did, where you've been. And you arrive at home and you see your backpack. You wonder why your backpack is all set up, whether you've planned on going somewhere or whether you've been somewhere. And then you see in a pocket in the backpack that there's a ticket for a boat trip. But you don't recall that boat trip. And you're trying to work out what's gone on, where you've been. Then as you search in your backpack, you end up finding what looks like a little patch of fluffy feathers. And suddenly in your mind's eye, you get a flash of that little friendly dinosaur. And a bit like a fleeting dream, you try really hard to focus your attention on that little dinosaur, trying to figure out what it means, where you've seen that dinosaur. And as you hold that in your fingertips, noticing it being so soft, you start to get more of a flash of the experience and gradually start to form more of a memory, but you can't quite figure it out. And as you sit there, a storm begins outside, and as the thunder rolls in, you start to imagine the walls vibrating and shaking. And then you remember that you're in a chamber. And you start to recall more and more of the experience. And after a short while, it's almost as if someone has turned a light on in your mind. You suddenly remember everything, and you remember someone approaching you in a shop. And you remember them convincing you just to hand over that claw. And you remember how distinctive they looked, despite the fact that at the time you ended up with no memory of them. And you would think you'd remember someone who's very distinctive. And you look back at that letter, and you now know that you were given that letter by whoever and whatever organisation it was who got hold of that claw, and that they must know where that place is and what that place is where you sought that claw. And you don't know how they became aware of you, or how they became aware of that place, but somehow they've known about you and worked out that you found that place. And now they know what you found there. And you don't know what role you'll play in the rest of that story. Whether you'll have to go and try and protect that place because you're aware that whoever this is probably doesn't have good intentions. And so you settle down that night, starting to work on a plan for how you can get back to that place and make sure that they're not going to do anything that could cause harm or danger to others, or put that place at risk if they find out about the dinosaurs. And that they'll probably find out very quickly that there are living dinosaurs there because of you bringing back that claw. So you feel a sense of responsibility to protect the dinosaur you made friends with, as well as the other dinosaurs you saw. And you don't want them to accidentally or on purpose release whatever it was that may have wiped out that old civilization, that may be the thing that you heard pounding on the walls of that chamber. And as you think and wonder what it is you'll do in the future, you drift and float so peacefully and comfortably asleep, knowing you'll awaken in the morning, motivated with a sense of purpose, a go-getting mindset of wanting to find a solution to deal with this problem as you drift and float comfortably and deeply asleep. Just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And while you fall asleep, you can have a sense of walking through a cave in a mountain. And you can hear the whistling sound of the air passing through the cave, the occasional drip of water. And as you walk along, the light from your torch can glisten and sparkle as it catches some of the water on the walls of the cave, and the footsteps can echo. And you can notice how, as you walk deeper and deeper into the cave, it's almost as if the air pressure begins to change. And you're aware that you're walking deeper and deeper into the mountain. And deep in this mountain, you discover the most elaborate looking door. And it's a curved door with ornate decorations, with precious stones encrusted within the door. And around your neck hangs a key. And you take that key from around your neck. You put it into the door, unlock that door, and carefully push that heavy door open. And as you do, you notice light bursting through from the door, and realize that it's almost like daylight the other side of that door. And yet you are deep inside this mountain. And as your eyes begin to adjust to that light, so you turn the torch off. And you begin to look around and take in what you see. And you notice that it's such a lush looking land, with trees, dense forest, thick grass, wildflowers, the most perfectly blue water running and flowing down through the land. And in the center of the land is what looks like an ice palace. And it's stretching high up into the sky here. And as you look up, you notice that looking up looks like looking up into the sky. There's just a uniform light blue overhead. There's no signs of clouds. And there's no signs of being inside a mountain. And as you look behind you, you can see the walls of the mountain stretching up high overhead. But as they stretch higher and higher, so they seem to become bluer and bluer, until at some point the blueness just merges with the blueness of the sky. And you notice that that ice palace is situated on an island surrounded by a moat. And there's a bridge that leads over to that island. And you can see a village circling around that palace. And so you head down towards the bridge. You find your way down from the cave, down from that door. You find your way down to a road. And you follow that cobbled road. As you walk deeper and deeper inside this mountain. And you walk through the village. You can hear people milling around. You can see people selling things in a marketplace. You can see people arriving back, having harvested crops. People heading off to work out in the countryside. And it's almost as if perhaps this entire mountain chain is somehow hollow, full of this land. And while you walk, you begin to feel warm. You have this sense that it's significantly warmer here inside this mountain than out in the snow, back out on the side of the mountain. And you cross the bridge. And you continue walking up towards that palace. And as you get closer to the palace, so you notice its scale. You notice the way that that palace is towering so high overhead. And you realize that the palace walls seem to be made of ice. And you touch them with your hands as you pass them after you've crossed that bridge. And you can feel the coolness of the walls. You can feel the dampness as the temperature of your hand makes the water, that ice, melt a little. And you head all the way to the entrance to this palace. And as you arrive at the palace, so you can see the water just dripping down around that palace. And then gradually flowing its way, joining the river. And you're curious how this palace lasts, if it appears to be melting. And you knock on the door of the palace. You hear a click, and then that door seems to slide itself open. And you walk in, and it seems to be deserted. And you start looking around. And then you hear some sounds coming from upstairs. So you carefully follow the stairs, spiraling up, checking out the next floor, and then the next floor. And then you head up some stairs past some different doors. You can still hear a noise coming from higher up. And you find a door through which you can hear the noise is coming from. And you open that door and see a narrow spiral staircase. You follow that spiral staircase all the way up. And you find yourself in a bell tower right at the top of one of the peaks of the palace. And you look across, and there's a peak in all four corners. And then in the centre is a tall clock tower. And the bells get rung. And you can see that there's somebody standing in the other three bell towers. And you see that that clock has just struck 12. And the person stood in this bell tower says that they're the Ice Queen, that they're responsible for this palace, this land, but that lately the palace has begun melting. And they don't know why the palace has started to melt. And you head back downstairs into the palace with the Ice Queen, as they explain to you that until recently this palace, made of ice, has been as solid as rock, that's dry to the touch. But recently, it started to melt, and on the outskirts of the land, a desert seems to be encroaching. And you're unsure why this would be. And they ask if you'd be willing to go and investigate. That they have to stay here watching over the town. So you agree to investigate. You say that you'll visit the desert. You leave the palace. You cross the bridge. You get given a white horse to ride to help you to reach the desert. And you canter away from that village, heading in a straight line, off in the direction that the desert is. And you feel like you've been going a very long time. Yet the sky just doesn't change, just remains sky blue. And you notice this land does seem to be in a long line. That there are places the land seems to be very wide. But you can notice the vegetation working its way up the sides of the inside of the mountain. And you notice that all along the mountain changes shade to match the blue of the sky. And so you wonder whether if you could somehow rise up, you'd rise up to the top and be able to touch the top as a solid object, even though it looks no different to the sky you see every day. And after many, many hours of riding and stopping, taking breaks, and stopping and sleeping in this daylight, and then continuing to ride some more, you start to notice how warm the air is becoming, that it was already a comfortable and warm temperature when you set off. Now it's a very warm temperature, and you start wondering whether it'll begin to get uncomfortable. And so you continue on, noticing that vegetation thinning out, noticing how the vegetation seems to be becoming more hardy, and you have this sense that there's less water here. And then after what felt like a couple of days riding, you find yourself in a desert. And this desert seems like a sandy desert. And you don't think that the horse will be able to make it much further. There's an area here that's a bit like an oasis near this edge of the desert. So you decide to leave the horse here. And you find that there's a camel drinking from the pool of water. So you head over to that camel. You prepare that camel to be able to be ridden. You let that camel have plenty of water and have some food. And then you continue your journey on that camel. And after some more time, you eventually notice that there seems to be a sandstorm forming in front of you, and you head into that sandstorm, continuing in a straight line, until eventually, after many days of travelling, you find yourself at the wall of this section of this cavern. And you notice that the sandstorm seems to be thicker, more dense in one area. So you decide to head into that dense part of the sandstorm. And you notice that there's a door very similar to the one that you came through, and that the door is open, and that the sandstorm is blowing in through that door. And you walk through the door, finding yourself in a cave. And it's a cave much like the one you walked through, only much shorter. And this cave is full of sand, blasting in. And you hold your arm up in front of you as you push through this sandstorm. You come out of that cave and find that the exit of this mountain here is near a vast desert, and that somehow the heat from this desert and the sand from this desert has been blasting in through the cave, through that open door. And perhaps that has been the cause of the warming that's been melting the palace. So you know that you're going to head back, and you're going to tell the Queen, and you're going to have closed that door again. But you are curious where here is, and you're curious who opened the door and left it open. And as you walk along the edge of the mountain, bracing yourself against that sand, noticing how the wind is so strong it's almost like it makes those sand dunes walk or flow across this desert, almost like slow moving waves on the ocean, and that they seem to be just covering anything in their path. And you glimpse what looks like the corner of a building, and you walk up to that corner. You dig around, and you find that it is a building. And you manage to find a doorway into this building. And you're confident that you know your way from this doorway back to that cave. You know which route you took. And so you head in through that door into the building. You close that door behind you, and you know that sand will build up again outside that door. But you also know that that sand was loose and easy to move, as it likely will be again if you're not in here too long. And you turn your torch on, and you see the room is empty, but there's a trap door in the middle of the room. And you head over to that trap door, lift the trap door, descend a ladder down deeper under this building. And as you descend, you notice there's a very slight glow down here, and that once you're down here, the sound of that storm fades away and becomes more distant, and you see someone sleeping on a bed in the corner of this room. And there's a flickering candle on a table near them. And you notice that the blanket they've got, the pillows they've got, look like the softest, most inviting blanket and pillows. You don't want to startle them, but you do want to let them know you're here. So you make a little bit of noise as you carefully walk towards them, and despite not wanting to startle them, they get a little startled. They turn around and see you, and they notice you look friendly, you're smiling and inviting friendship. And you explain there's a storm outside You found this place. You came in here to shelter from the storm. And they say they did the same. That they'd been exploring a cave. They'd found a door. But just as they got the door open, the storm hit. And they couldn't see for the storm through all of that sand. So they felt it wise, having unlocked the door but not yet even opened it, to head out of the cave and find shelter, not knowing what would be further in the cave. And they've been here now for quite a few days. Each time they go upstairs, this storm's still raging. And so they just come back here. They've got enough food and water. And they're just waiting for the storm to pass. And so you sit with them, you talk with them, and you talk about what is the other side of that door and the problems that have been caused by that door being open, and that you're not going to be able to stay here because you're going to go back through that door and close it behind you to stop any more sand coming through. And you explain that they should join you, they should come with you, that they can exit on the other end of the mountains. And they agree to come with you. And so together, you venture out into that storm, find your way back to the cave, and barely being able to see, you navigate your way through that cave back to that door, pass through the door together, seal it shut behind you. You travel across the desert, back to the horse, and then you get onto the horse, and together with them on the camel, you on the horse, you ride your way back, all the way to that palace. And you notice as you near the palace how you are starting to shiver a little. And so you put some extra layers on to warm up, and you realize that the coolness from the mountains that seems to radiate through, that helps to keep the air at a temperature that helps to make sure that the palace stays frozen, seems to be normalizing again. And the two of you travel through this land, back to that palace, meet with the Ice Queen, explain what's going on and what's happened. And you ask about this land, and they say that this land is inside the mountain. It's a very large land. And it's a multi-layered land, that there's more land under the land. And that there's more to this land than you realize. That this land was created at a time of magic. When stuff started happening on Earth that required those who knew magic to create lands within lands, worlds within the earth, and many worlds in the earth were created, almost as if large chunks of the earth are hollow, and they've all developed over hundreds of thousands of years in their own unique way. And the people of the different lands largely keep themselves to themselves. They have exits and ways out if they need them. But everyone's content with where they live and with what they've got. They remember the stories passed down through the generations of what it was like outside of these lands. And that many people have explored and arrived at these lands, have written books which have gone into legends, and some of the lands have gone missing through time. And others have been uninterrupted for thousands of years. And the two of you ask if anyone ever connects with or knows how to connect with those from the other lands. And the Queen says that every land has a palace that's symbolic of where it is. So lands under deserts have sandstone palaces. Lands under high mountains have ice palaces. Lands under the ocean have palaces made of water. And there are different types of palaces for the different lands, but what they all have is a room of deep connection, a room where people can go, they can enter a meditative state, and that room is almost like an orb, that it amplifies the meditative energy, it pulses that out, it creates harmony and a resonance that spreads out from the meditator and then connects with the other orbs in the other palaces. And if there are people meditating in those orbs, it'll connect with those who are meditating, and you then get to share consciousness and communicate almost telepathically with each other. And because you helped the Queen and protected this land, she says that you can have a go in the chamber. You can check out that chamber and see if there's anyone else out there in any of the other lands. And so you head into the chamber. The door closes, and you notice how this chamber is so dark and comforting, and the temperature of this chamber feels almost like you're in a place of nothingness. And you close your eyes just to help yourself focus deeper and more intensely. And you breathe, and with each out-breath, you find yourself drifting deeper and deeper into the state. And then you start to have this feeling, almost like there's an electric blue pulse emanating from you with each out-breath. that seems to spread out to the chamber walls and bounce back at you, and then seems to resonate as it bounces back at you. The next breath out seems to send that pulse out even further, and it bounces with more strength until eventually it bounces beyond the walls of the chamber, pulsing beyond the walls of the chamber. And you start to have this sense of almost seeing a representation, almost like an outline or shapes or a wireframe of everything that pulse is passing, almost as if it's radar passing out and showing the shapes of the things it encounters. And yet you have this sense almost like your consciousness is a part of that pulse, seeing the bow wave of the pulse as it spreads out. Until eventually you realize that it's pulsing around the globe. And you notice these different pockets of civilizations in mountains, under the sea, under cities, under deserts, under forests, within trees, of different beings. And you see circles in all of these cities, and in some of them you notice that pulses are emanating from those locations towards you. And then, almost in an instant, something shifts that connects all those pulses, a bit like suddenly answering a telephone. And you suddenly have this shared consciousness with the other beings who are all meditating with you. And you begin to telepathically communicate and just instinctively seem to understand each other. And one of them explains that the message is portrayed in the sender's language and with the sender's thoughts. But as it's the message that's the important thing, not the words that are used, and not the language, the receiver receives the message and almost downloads it in their language. And so you telepathically just understand each other. And you start asking them questions about themselves, where they are, what their world is like, whether they ever venture out of their world. And you encounter one person who you find incredibly curious. They seem to live in a world deep under the British countryside. And they call themselves a Knight of the Triangular Table. And you think they seem to have got it wrong. It's supposed to be Knights of the Round Table. And they say, why would you have a round table when there's 3 of you? And they say that for centuries they used to be protectors of the kingdom, and they now just almost ceremoniously carry their swords on them and dress as knights, and have continued the rituals of the 3 houses meeting at the triangular table. But now all they do is talk, and it's almost more of a social club. And you start to understand how things change with time, how rituals carry on while the reason behind the rituals fades away. When the reasons have faded away into history, and people do those rituals because it brings comfort. It gives a sense of control, a sense of feeling like you're a part of something greater than yourself. And then you connect with someone somewhere else, and they explain that where they are, unlike where you are, where the sky is perpetually blue, where they are, the sky is perpetually as if it's at sunset. And they begin to explain that the skies in each world, the skies in each of these different civilizations, was set to the sky that could be seen by those living on Earth at the time in that location. So at the time that all these worlds appeared underground, those where it was blue sky overhead saw perpetual blue sky. Those where the sun had gone down, where it was night time, had perpetual night. Some perhaps had a perpetual moon in the sky. Others had perpetual dawn or dusk. And each world has the inside of its area almost like a projection that just looks like a real sky. But it's a timeless sky. It's like that moment was captured in time and frozen in time. And those who live in those areas live perpetually in the moment that they became a civilization within the earth. And after exploring consciousness, learning about the different civilizations, you leave the chamber. You meet up with the person who travelled here with you. You leave this area. You leave the mountain. Together you descend the mountain. And you make part of your journey together home before they head off in their direction and you head off in your direction. And once home, you write up what your experience was like. You know that no one would believe your journal if they ever read it. They'll just probably think it's fanciful tales. You mark down some places where you think you might want to try looking for some of those other civilizations based on where you can remember visiting mentally. And then you head to bed and settle down in bed, and comfortably and relaxed you drift and float asleep. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to drift asleep. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And while I tell this sleep meditation, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of that sound of walking through snow. That sound of walking through snow after a comfortable blanket of snow has fallen, where the world just seems so peaceful, so calm and quiet, where the sounds seem so muted and relaxed, where the air is still, and the only sound that you can hear is the crunching of each footstep that you take through that snow. You can have a sense of walking comfortably through that snow, feeling the coolness of the air on your face, while the rest of your body remains wrapped up warm. And that sense of peace as you continue walking through that snow. And while you walk through the snow, you find yourself ambling along towards the edge of a woodland. And as you walk into the woodland, so you brush against some of the branches of the trees and hear that soft sound of the snow falling from the branches and finding its way down like tiny, gentle thuds into the snow below, and a little way into the woodland. You can discover that the snow begins to clear as it hasn't found its way through the branches overhead to quite the same extent. And you find yourself walking on a harder surface, where your footsteps change from the sound of walking through snow to the sound of walking on solid mud. And yet the other sounds around you are still muted, as if everything is so still. There's a stillness to the air, a stillness to the trees. No bird sounds, no sounds of other animals. And you stop deep in the woodland. You gently rest your back against the bark of a tree, resting your back against that trunk. And you can feel that tree against your back, against the back of your head as you rest there, and allow your eyes to close. And you just listen to the silence listening to the way that there's just that slightest of breeze passing past your ears. Trying to listen out for the slightest sounds. And while you listen, you almost have this sense of your mind drifting and floating through the woodland, as if somehow the silence is drawing your attention outward, expanding your awareness to fill the whole woodland. And then after a little while, noticing yourself feeling increasingly relaxed with the environment, you take a really old map out of your coat pocket. You unfold that map just enough to see where you are and where you're going. You check the directions. You orient the map to where you think you need to be heading, to where it lines up with the woodland that you're in. And then you set off, continuing through the woodland, folding that map up again and putting it back in your pocket. And after a while of walking deeper and deeper into these woods, you notice a small cave, just a tiny entrance. And as you tuck your way into the entrance to that cave, you once again notice the sounds change, the air pressure change, that slight echoing as the wind reverberates around this cave. And there's not really enough wind for you to physically feel it, but you can hear it, just gently and slightly, subtly echoing in the cave. Just a very slight, high-pitched wind sound. And it doesn't take long for your brain to begin to almost habituate to it, almost get so used to it being there, that it forgets that it's even there. And you pause for a moment in the cave, just listening, before starting to walk. And each footstep has a dull thud on the ground, but a slight echo around the cave. And as you walk deeper and deeper into the cave, so you begin to hear the deep sound of breathing, like really deep, really long breaths in and out. Really deep, really long breaths in and out. And you slow your walking down as you continue to walk deeper and deeper into the cave. And that breathing sounds closer and closer, until you eventually notice a green dragon curled up many, many times the size of you walking through this cave. and you can see the way its throat glows with each out-breath, and the light in its throat dims with each in-breath as it breathes in deeply and then breathes out deeply, feeling the warmth of the air coming out of that dragon's nose, out of its nostrils, and out of its mouth. And you carefully creep so gently around that dragon, round the back of that dragon, and through a small hole in the back of this cave into a long corridor. And you had chosen this time to come here because you know the dragon hibernates for the winter. But you still have to be careful not to disturb it. And so you creep around and down into that corridor and continue walking down that corridor. And after quite a way, walking deeper and deeper into the cave following that corridor, where you notice that the corridor is gradually sloping downwards and that the air pressure has changed a couple of times as you've walked deeper down that corridor. You find yourself at a stone door, and you get a little bottle of liquid out of your coat pocket, and you place some of that liquid on your hand. You rub it into your hand, then you place your hand onto that stone door, and you see a glowing purple light beginning to sparkle, almost like electricity. It begins to tickle your fingertips, tickle the palm of your hand, like the softest touches, almost like a feather stroking and tickling the palm of your hand, your fingertips. And then you hear a slight click, and that stone door begins to slide open and move away from your hand. And as it does so, the light dims, and you walk through that open door. And as you walk through the open door, so suddenly this bit of cave lights up, and that door starts to close behind you. And flames around this cave burst to life, illuminating this cave. And in the center of the cave is a pedestal with a book, an old book. And you walk over to that pedestal and you open that book and you start to read the first page of the book. And it's not in your native tongue, but you understand the language. You read those words, you understand their meaning, you connect with their meaning. And so you read those words And you read through the first page, the second page, all the way to the start of a specific spell. And as you read that specific spell, so you notice a spiraling purple light appearing on the back wall of the cave, initially starting small and gradually increasing in size, and then seeming to gain depth, as if that spiraling light was somehow stretching backwards away from you into the wall of the cave, except no wall being there, almost like some kind of a portal or some kind of a whirlpool. And after finishing the spell, you walk across the room, and the closer you get to that spinning purple portal, the more you notice that slight hum coming from the portal. And you step through the portal, and almost in an instant, you find yourself standing on the edge of what looks like a large lava pit in the middle of a savannah. And you can hear that lava bubbling and popping, and feel the heat emanating from it. And then you hear a low rumble coming from deep underneath that lava pit. And you take some steps away from that pit. And as that rumble gets louder and louder, so you back up further and further. And you can see the top of the lava beginning to move, bubbling more, seeming to rise. And you think maybe it's about to explode out. So you back up even further, thinking it might explode out like a geyser. And then all of a sudden, you see this griffin burst from the lava, with flames streaming off of it. And you hear a strong beat of its wings as it launches itself from the lava up into the sky. And then by the third beat of its wings, the flames surrounding it go out. And it flies down and lands between you and that lava pit, and lowers its head and lowers its legs and lowers one wing, as if to say to climb on its back. And you walk over towards it and realize that it's not shying away from you, it's not responding to you, it's just remaining there waiting. And so you trust the griffin. You climb onto the back of that griffin, and as you do, it straightens its neck, lifts its head up, stands itself back up, and launches itself up into the air, and flies up into the clouds, and starts flying over the land, and you survey the land as it flies, feeling the wind on your face and your hair. Holding securely to that griffin, as it flies through the clouds, flies above the clouds, occasionally dives down through the clouds and swoops around the ground below, and seems to be almost following landmarks to wherever it's going, seeming to follow a bit of river, even weaving its flight where it could take the most direct route, before suddenly heading in a direction towards a lake among trees, and then seemingly using that as a landmark and spying another landmark, and heading towards some tall trees that tower above the rest of those trees, and then swooping down and up over hills and low mountains, and down the other side of those low mountains, and swooping round, almost giving a feeling like you're on a roller coaster, feeling a sense of excitement and safety with that air in your hair, as it seems to work its way from one lake to another, one landmark to another, until eventually you notice something catch the light in the distance, a glistening, sparkling, and realize that this griffin is taking you there. And as you get closer, you notice that it looks like some kind of clear crystal structure, like tall crystals that have interlocked to create almost a tent of crystal, towering over the surroundings, that the sunlight catches and glistens, sending what looks like rainbows in all directions as you approach. And then the griffin lands with a bit of a slide near that crystal structure, lowers its head, lowers down its legs, lowers one of its wings, as you climb off carefully and begin to walk away and walk towards that crystal structure. And you walk over towards a path that seems to lead into the structure, and you follow that path in. And as you walk in, so you notice the floor seems almost like it's made of marble, some kind of well-polished, highly echoey floor, where the echoes seem to reverberate around the entire structure, around the floor, around the crystal walls, where the light shines in, and you can partially see out. And in the middle of this structure is an ornate chair, and sitting in that chair is a young woman. And you walk over towards that young woman, and as you do, you notice the way she's examining you. You feel that she's almost seeing into your soul, that the way she's gazing at you seems almost like the way you imagine perhaps a sensor to be scanning someone. And as she starts to talk, in the softest, most gentle, kindest voice, You feel that somehow she seems to know your true nature. That she seems to know your hopes and desires, your fears and anxieties. And you just have that sense from the way she's communicating that you wouldn't be able to even put into words why you think that. It's just a feeling you have. And yet at the same time, you feel that this is okay, that something about her makes you feel so trusting of her, that you feel like it's okay for her to know your strengths and weaknesses, your hopes and fears. That you instantly feel like you could tell her anything, and if she's able to help, she probably would. And as she's talking, you almost find yourself drifting into reveries with the way her voice is so soft and melodic and so gentle on the ear. Like you just want to sit down and could listen for hours to whatever she's saying. But in listening in that way, you find that you're almost not hearing, because you're not attending to what she's saying. And then you remember why you're here, that you were following your map to find that cave, that you came seeking answers, that this map said that it would lead you to the greatest discovery you'll ever know. And it was enough to convince you to go searching. And you had to search at a time the dragon would be hibernating. And now you're here, and you weren't expecting to see someone here. You thought it would just be something in the cave behind the dragon. And she tells you to come for a walk with her. And she walks you through this crystal glass palace. She pushes on one part of the crystal, and a door slides open. And the two of you walk out into the most beautiful flower garden out the back of this palace, with the most incredible colours and wildlife. And she goes over to one of the flower beds, and she crouches down, and she rests her hand, palm up, on the soil. She slides her hand underneath a dandelion, with 2 fingers one side of the stalk, 2 fingers the other side of the stalk. And that slightly drooping dandelion, she carefully lifts it up in the palm of her hand, straightening it up so that the yellow flower of the dandelion is resting on her palm and fingers. And she looks up at you and says, "What do you see?" And you think about it for a moment. And you wonder what the right answer is. And you say that you see a weed. And she asks you why you think this dandelion is a weed. And you explain that it doesn't fit with the roses and the other flowers that are here. It's obviously not supposed to be in this flower bed. If you were cleaning up the flower beds, removing the weeds, you'd remove that dandelion. And she tells you that you're wrong. That the dandelion isn't a weed. That dandelion is her favourite flower in this flower bed. That dandelion is going to turn into something that's fine, light, tickly, something that she'll enjoy just giving the most gentle puff of air to. And then she'll watch as that dandelion ends up just being a stub on the end of a green stem, while watching little vehicles carrying the seeds travelling through the air, bringing further life to other places. And that you can't blow on rose petals and get the same effect. And that dandelion is in exactly the right place for it. That she looks forward to that day when she comes outside and sees that it's no longer yellow, and hopes that she's lucky enough to capture that moment where she can come outside before the natural breeze has disrupted the top of the dandelion, and that there's great pleasure to be taken in fleeting moments, that if she comes outside too late, she'll miss that opportunity. So she has to keep checking. She has to keep mindful of what's going on in her garden. She then lowers that back down to the ground, slides her hand back out, and says that the gift for you, that knowledge that you seek, is an inner understanding. That the magic that brought you here is the magic that will take you home, and that it is connecting with this alternative world, this world that the few dragons in your world come from, to guard the entrances to this world. That it's keeping this world alive, sharing stories of magic, of dragons, of witches, sharing stories that are lost to time, stories that only children believe. That's the magic to take from here. The magic of keeping magic alive in your world. And they know that you need a little longer to understand that. And they walk you to the back of this garden, where there's the most beautiful tree. And under that tree, hanging from one of the branches, is a bench like a swing. And the two of you sit down on that bench. And as you sit down, so you notice the bench bob up and down ever so slightly. And you notice it swinging backwards and forwards just slightly with your movement. And she reaches into a pocket and she pulls out a pocket watch and she pops the cover of the watch open. She shows you the face of that watch, the time on that watch. She holds it up in front of your face and gently begins to swing that pocket watch, telling you just to look at the time. Just look at that time and just watch that time in the watch. And you can see, can you not, the way the hands are beginning to move backwards, that here time can go in a different direction. And yet, you wouldn't notice unless you were looking at a clock that things are running in a different way here as your eyes follow that watch, just gently swinging left and right. It's in front of your eyes. And while she swings that watch and talks so peacefully and gently to you, and just ever so subtly lowers that watch down, very slightly, and your eyes lower down, following that watch. And you can hear her talking in the background, but her voice begins to sound more distant. And you know she's saying something about appreciating magic, appreciating the world in a new way. You notice your eyelids feeling heavier and heavier and closing. And something about the experience feels so comfortable. And as your eyes close, you still have this feeling like she's swinging that watch, and like your eyes are following that swinging watch, and the feeling that she's still talking to you somehow. But at the same time, you have that feeling that your eyes are starting to open, and that what you see in front of you is a grass garden, and the only thing in this grass garden is a pedestal with what looks like some scales on it. And you walk over to the scales, and you see that on one side is a weight, weighing one side down, and the other side is a feather. And then you notice as you watch that that feather seems to be moving down, as if the feather starts to weigh more until the scales are level. And when those scales become level, you start to hear the sound of children playing in the background. And you look up from the scales and you see some children playing hopscotch, some children singing and playing with skipping ropes, some children playing in a tent full of blankets, some children cooling down to some other children from a tree house. Some children sitting around a pond with their trousers rolled up and their feet in the water. And you walk away from the scales and you observe all these children and you see the games they're playing and the way they're occupying themselves, the things that they're spending time thinking about. And then you look back at those scales, and as you watch the scales and see the children in the background, so you begin to notice those children growing up. And you notice them not interacting with each other in the same way. And you notice that weight getting heavier and heavier, that the feather seems to be getting lighter and lighter. And then as the scenes keep changing and those children seem to become young adults, you notice that they start spending more time on their own, seemingly focused in their own worlds, and they're near each other, but they may as well be miles apart. And that weight seems to be getting heavier and heavier. And that feather lifts higher and higher. And you notice the sky getting greyer and greyer, that it's turning from the most beautiful blue sky to an overcast grey sky. And then you see those children getting older and older and older. And then you hear a clunk as that weight weighs so much that it's totally pushed down one side, and the feather is so light it's totally up the other side. And you walk to the scales. And you grab hold of the weight on the scales. And you feel that weight needs to be moved. And so you try to lift that weight with all of your might, and the harder you try, the heavier that weight seems to get. And so you try harder and harder to lift and remove that weight, and find it impossible. And so instead you turn to the feather. And you start to have a sense of that feather getting lighter and lighter. And find that as that feather seems to get lighter and lighter, and you carefully lift that feather slightly off the weight more and more, so less of the feather is touching the weight. So the scale on that side seems to start lowering down. But if the feather totally leaves the weight, the scale suddenly thuds down on the heavy side. So you very carefully lift that feather, making it lighter and lighter, while keeping a part of it in contact with the scale, letting it lower while you lift, in a careful balance. And as you do, you notice the clouds clearing, the blue sky returning, the adults seemingly reverting back to being playful children again, until you carefully rest that feather in its lightest possible position on the scales. And you don't really understand how you've done or are doing what it is you've done. But somehow you've equalized things again. And while it's like this, you then lift that lighter, heavy weight, and you walk to the pond. And you call over the duck. And the duck swims to the shore, waddles over to you as you crouch down on one knee. It then extends and flaps and stretches itself, flapping its wings. And then it slows that flapping down, and then nuzzles behind its back, nuzzles down its wings, seemingly grooming itself with its beak. And then with its bill it grabs one of its own feathers, turns to face you, and drops that feather into your hand. And you walk back to the scales, and you carefully place that feather where the weight once was, creating an equilibrium between both sides. And as you do that, you start to hear that voice talking in the background. And your eyes blink open to see that watch swinging left and right, and then seeing the watch being curled up into the woman's hands again, the cover of the watch being sealed with a click. She asks you to hold your hands out, and so in a cup-like shape you hold your hands out. She places that watch in one hand and places your other hand over the top of it and says, "This is for you. Take it with you. It'll connect you with this magical realm, and it'll help you to continue to spread magic through your world." And then she ushers you up, and the two of you walk through the garden, walk back into that crystal palace. She says goodbye. You walk through the crystal palace, footsteps echoing, reverberating. Walking out the front and seeing that griffin. And the griffin is positioned again for you to climb on top. So you climb on the griffin. It takes off and seems to follow the reverse route all the way back to where you started, following its same landmarks across this land. And you do your best to gaze around and take in as much of this land as you can as you go, getting an idea of what this land looks like, where the hills are, the valleys are, the mountains are, the different trees are all based, the lakes, the rivers, trying to see what wildlife you can notice. And when that griffin arrives back where it collected you, you dismount from the griffin. You see that portal you head back through the portal. You find your way through the cave, around the sleeping dragon, and back out among the trees, and then out into the snow. And you head home, and once home, you drift asleep, having the most wonderful night's sleep. And the next morning you awaken with this compulsion, and you head to a typewriter, and your fingers seem to automatically begin to type, and you find something satisfying about typing on an old-fashioned typewriter. Your fingers begin to type out one word after another, as if somehow what's going on in your mind just comes straight out of your fingertips. And in the background, a cat meows and then settles down in front of a fire and relaxes down in front of that fire. As a dog walks alongside you and settles down in a little dog bed right beside your feet, as if they know that all of your attention is on what your fingertips are doing. And you feel almost like an observer on the experience, as if your eyes are just watching words appear on paper that your fingertips, independently of you, are typing. And after a number of days and nights of regular typing and a handful of breaks, suddenly hundreds of pages have been typed, and you send those pages off. And many months later, you wake up in the morning to the sound of a thud at the front door. You go to the front door, and you see lying on the ground an envelope. You open that envelope, and inside you find the first copy of the book that you wrote over that period of time. And you go and sit in a comfortable chair to look at what it was that you wrote. And you decide to autograph the title page of this first book, of the first ever copy of this first book. And you write 1 of 1, and that this is the first ever copy, the preprint copy. And you decide that you'll leave that in a second-hand shop for someone else to discover one day. And then you carry on reading through that story to see what the story's about. Because you had this sense of your hands automatically wrote the story, and you just trusted yourself and let that writing happen automatically. And you start reading once upon a time in a land far away. There lived a young porcupine. And this young porcupine was an excitable porcupine. They always wanted to be invited to parties. But whenever they would attend parties, they would get all excited. They'd run around. They'd try and play with the other animals. They'd try and play with the cats, the foxes, the dogs, the badgers, the squirrels. But eventually the other animals would say they don't want to play with you, because as soon as they get to the party balloons, they would inadvertently burst the balloons, and the bursting balloons would make the other animals jump and get scared and get annoyed that their balloons have been burst. But one day, when this porcupine was out, they encountered a strange creature. They were walking along a beach when this creature seemed to flop its way along and looked like it was struggling so much to move. And as they approached the creature, they noticed that the creature had what looked like its house on its back, and weird wings where its legs should be. And they asked the creature if they needed any help. And the creature said they were just trying to get to the sea. And so the porcupine helped to dig a channel to the sea, to help to bring some of that water from the sea closer to this strange creature. This creature said that it was a turtle, and that it was actually not very easy to walk on land, but it's a very good swimmer, and it can hold its breath for so long. And the porcupine helped that turtle all the way to the sea. And in return, the turtle came back to the shore with some seaweed and gave the porcupine that seaweed and said to the porcupine, just roll in that seaweed a little bit. And the porcupine rolled in the seaweed, and the seaweed caught on its spines. And the porcupine couldn't reach to get that seaweed off right now. And the seaweed just seemed to stick in those spines. And the porcupine realized that with the seaweed on its spines, if it covered its spines, it didn't burst any balloons. It couldn't burst any balloons. But it just had to think of a way of being able to solve problems like this rather than seeing itself as somehow bad or a failure. That strange creature hadn't seen itself as bad or a failure. It was good at swimming. Its legs just weren't very good at walking. And the porcupine started interacting with the other animals and asked them for help. And one of the animals, a sheep, said that they felt that they could help. And they went over to a tree. They started rubbing themselves against the tree. And they kept rubbing and rubbing and rubbing, and then turning around and rubbing themselves some more. And then a duck came over to the tree and gathered up all that wool. And then a team of ducks started sticking that wool all around the outside of the porcupine until the porcupine looked like a strange sheep. And the animals laughed at what the porcupine looked like in a friendly way at the porcupine's new jacket. But the porcupine liked this new, strange woolen jacket. that was helped to be made by these animals, that allowed it to begin to fit in and join in things that previously it couldn't join in. And as you continue reading through this book, you find out that this story carries on with this band of friends going on adventures. This band of friends having a picnic, continuing on to where the porcupine is amused by the earrings that the sheep gets one day. These jangling earrings. And as that story continues, let's talk about that friendly sheep making friends with the local dragon, and the animals having to help that dragon to be able to interact in a friendly way without accidentally burning anyone. And you notice in this book is talk of witches and wizards, fairies and trolls. And you realize this story, designed for children, is the first in a series, just pouring out of your mind onto the page, sharing that magic, keeping the magic world alive. And you notice that in every single book from that day on that you write, there always seems to be a magical portal or a doorway, whether it's a strange stone arch found in the middle of a field, or a small hole in the base of a tree, or a cave in a craggy rock. You notice that you seem to now share magic, to keep magic alive among children, who will hopefully grow up to keep magic alive among their children, and in doing so, they'll keep magic alive in themselves. And as you come to this realization of the true meaning of that journey to that cave, of the discovery you made on that day, a warmness fills your heart and begins to spread through your body as you head off to bed with that warmness, with these worlds you're creating, playing around in your mind as if these characters are real and living in this land you dream of, where you can meet them when you sleep and dream. Where you follow the adventures of Philip the porcupine, where he stops being known as the prickly person to being known as the soft one. As you drift and float so comfortably, so peacefully, and so relaxed, asleep.